Oh, God, are you okay?
Rah. Yes, it's black. I'm sorry, I do not mean to be short-tempered.
You're not short-tempered at all. I think you're fine. I think it'll be an interesting discussion.
I don't know what it is lately. I kind of feel like I've been on edge. You know, it's like a student emails me and I'm going, what do they want? Very large
Thank
step.
you.
I know last time we nearly fell off.
There's
Remember that?
stairs over here.
Oh, there's stairs over there. That's just where we're supposed to.
You're so smart.
Well, the
It's
first
a
time,
good thing that I don't have to do
the
that.
first time I tried that way, and the guy was here and pointed it out to me.
We need, if we do that, we need Pam to help us out. Yes?
I know, Lucy, but I never figure out how to say wire.
Where's,
Waiters, thank you.
where's Lucy?
Testing,
I am
1, 2, 3.
So sorry. You can just call me Dorothy. Where's Lucci? Is the proper way to say it. It is a long name.
Thank you.
Maybe I'll go get myself a glass too.
So
Yeah, I
you
don't
had
blame-
a
It's
bottle.
like I'm
I don't blame
standing
you.
by the office. I know, but you know, if I like start swigging out of the bottle.
We could be in a, we could be in a
I'm gonna do this.
VR app and walk the plank.
You know, you're just writing in the pencil, vodka on on the side
For
of
my
the.
morning warm up.
That's right. Does it feel like it's like right there?
Oh, I get nervous every time I hear a little clunk.
Just by the way, Jerry Lynn, that second slide that you have in there with the
Yeah.
absorption and immersion, that's probably the better slide for the conversation around what is disruption or what is like.
Not, take a look at the screen, not that one.
Yeah, that one.
Which, this one?
This one is, I mean, I was thinking about, VR being disruptive in itself, just because of what it is. So it has the possibility to be all of the above. Which could actually work in terms of what you were saying, Pam, in terms of disruption, in terms of systems. And why does it even stick? But just because I saw that you had the other slide up first.
I'll do it the other
So
way.
I think the other way
Okay.
around.
We'll give everything just a couple more minutes.
Is it time already? Oh, it is.
It is time. We'll give it a couple more minutes. I heard there's traffic on the 405.
Well, not only that.
I know, shock.
Yeah. I drove through the canyons.
See, I live in Connecticut, so that was just like my humor. Like I heard there's traffic
Yeah.
on the road. Yeah, yeah.
That's okay. I
'Cause
get it back with the weather.
That's about one of the few little lingos I have for my LA. Yeah. Well, good morning. You're here for the Psychology of Disruption, and I'm Dr. Jerry Lynn Hogg. I'm the director of the Media Psychology program at Fielding Graduate University. And I'm particularly interested in immersive experiences. I do some research in augmented and virtual reality, but really wanting to understand how technology influences our lives and how we use it to connect and make meaning. My panel members here with me today, we've got Dr. Pamela Rutledge, Dr. Karen Wiley-Rappaport, and Dorte Weyers-Lucy. So adoption roles are kind of interesting. In 2018, 11% of the U.S. had VR headsets. In 2020, we're expected to generate $150 billion in revenue. We do know that 87% of the households have mobile phones, and a third of them have used augmented reality thanks to Pokemon Go. And I know we could argue whether it's truly augmented reality or not. But I just wanted to set the stage. I think you guys already understand that and know that this is an area of considerable interest, and we're really lucky to have these experts on the panel here to talk about it. So what we're going to do is start with introductions, and I'm going to have our panelists not only tell us a little bit about what they do with their job, but also how they're going to frame the discussion today while we're talking about the psychology of disruption. So I'll start with you, Dr. Pamela Rutledge.
Sure. Dr. Pamela Rutledge. I'm the director of the Media Psychology Research, and I'm also faculty at Fielding Graduate University. My research really focuses on consumer behavior and audience experience from a qualitative perspective. I look at the subjective meaning that audiences and consumers derive from the media that they consume, and then match that against the narratives that the brands and entertainment properties think that they're telling, to see what are the gaps, where are people making meaning, and where can they potentially lean in to bridge that gap so that the message that they're intending to tell is actually being heard. And I'm using various psychological frameworks that I won't bore you with, but I'm really looking at how this impacts identity, affiliation, core needs, including happiness, enjoyment, hedonic and both eudaimonic, which means temporary happiness or long-term happiness experience of any of these media properties that I'm looking at.
And Karen.
Hi, I'm Karen Wiley-Rappaport. I spend my days embedded at a startup media company, and it's Canvas Worldwide. My group is called the Y Group, and what we do is exactly understand why people are doing what they're doing. So my research, my day job research is really much about helping clients understand within this vast media landscape how to connect with their consumers. Most of our clients have large portfolios. So for instance, automotive, Kia Hyundai Motors has a tremendous amount of different vehicles that might appeal to different people who are using media in different ways. Heineken portfolio of beers and ciders, so we might have a Tecate or a Dos Equis or a Heineken. My job is, or our job is, to figure out where those people are interacting in media and what makes sense to use, as well as we have entertainment clients. So we'll be launching a movie that's very indie, and then we'll be launching a movie that's very much organized around cultural heritage, a continuation of a franchise that exists, and all of those come with media budgets that we need to match. So how I apply psychology to that big puzzle is really to understand the motivations. I found doing work that is organized around motivations helps me understand what to do now, but also gives me a best practice to take into the future. So if I understand the motivations and there's a new emerging platform, or there's a new ability on Facebook or Instagram or Snaps, then I can do a really good job of looking into the future, how this particular consumer might engage with that particular media.
Hi, I'm Dorte Weyers-Lucy, and I have a pretty diverse background. I have a master's in international management. I've worked in corporate and I've worked in small business before, and then I started focusing on psychology. I'm doing my PhD, finishing my dissertation on the fear of death and its mitigation through immersive experiences, digital immersive experiences. I'm a mindfulness coach. I'm also a facilitator for cancer patients and survivors, and a clinical hypnotherapist. So I am really fascinated by the possibility of immersive technology for dealing with really acute problems, be it in mental health, be it environmental issues, raising awareness. It's really, I think my passion is around enhancing human nature so that we could possibly live our very best selves and in community as well.
Great. So we're here to talk about disruption. And I'd like to find out what you guys think is disruption, how you're defining it.
So we've been arguing about this all morning. So my position is, and to separate it from Christensen's model of value-add business models, is that disruption is when people are going along in a certain way and something enables them to do the same thing in a completely different way. So it really relies on people using the technology, not just the nature of the technology as potentially disruptive. So I view disruption as something that actually impacts society.
I think a lot about what people actually end up doing with the technology or the media. For instance, if we do a little brief historical, I think we would all agree that what Twitter said Twitter was going to be, to keep your friends and family apprised of what you were eating for breakfast and lunch. And people have harness that technology and use it in a very disruptive way. And that brings us back to people have psychological needs that they may not be completely aware of, but when a technology is given to them where they can express and satisfy those needs, they'll find a way to do it. So I always come with, okay, here's what the technology says it's going to do, but I want to really keep an eye on what people are doing. For instance, I have this. Google Glasses. I got the fashionable Diane von Furstenberg version, but the limited time that I talked to people, what they ended up doing with the glasses, based upon all the promise, was taking pictures. And we see that again and again. People just like to take pictures, and you could take a picture with a wink of an eye and walk around winking and making people think you were a little bit crazy, and then share out those pictures of exactly what you were seeing. And now we see with phones and some of the capabilities that they have now that we can show people what we are seeing via our phones versus via our glasses.
So Karen, it's interesting that you said that, because I thought about the first time that I saw someone with their earbuds in, right, with a mobile phone, and it looked like they were talking to themselves. Now that's common nature, and we're expecting that, but that idea of winking. And also share with you, before we came in here and she showed me her glasses, I'm like, oh, cool. Are you still using them? And what did you say?
No, I'm not. But I'm thinking of getting the new spectacles. They're a much better price than this was when it came out. So, do you want to?
So do you have something?
Yeah.
I know you have something you want to add to the disruption part.
Maybe
You want me to go back to
like
your-
go to that first.
Okay.
This slide. For me, what was compelling about VR when I started researching, I was actually looking for a way to get to a mindful state as quickly as possible. And I don't want to say bypassing, because that's not the right thought, but essentially being the most efficient in getting to that mindful state versus, meditating for years and years and sort of getting stuck because there's all these psychological issues that are coming up. And so what is special to me about VR, because that was my answer to that, is that it is both, it's in the middle of this graph, like right there. So you can be, You can increase your absorption. You can increase your immersion. You can be active or passive. It is in itself disruptive, and that was part of our conversation this morning. So the nature of, I would say, VR, and because of that, AR, is disruptive in itself. It shifts our point of view, and therefore it is unique in that way. So learning to harness the technologies for mental health, for wellness, I think they're unique, and I think disruption has already occurred. I think it has changed our languaging. I think it's a language in itself. I think it's permeating our culture in so many different ways. And I think actually this technology has become an extension of ourselves. And I agree, yes, there are elements of the technologies that are not kept. So it's like, I think the secret sauce is trying to figure out the details of it. Like, what sticks for people? Like, what do people want? What are their needs? What are their deeper needs? What are the needs that they're not even aware of? Because that happens too, right? So in focusing in that way, we can harness something that is already disruptive in a positive manner. Maybe, there's a way to make money with it too. But
So why would we even care if something's disruptive? I mean, like, do you have some ideas that, based on human nature, that we can tell if something's disruptive?
Well, why would we care? I think it's, and we were discussing this before, I think the disruption is interesting because we get so stuck in our belief systems. And then we build up, all these rigid concepts, and then we live in them. So disruption in itself is really important so that we can come out of these rigidified thought constructs and live a life that is full and interesting.
I would say, for me, disruption is something that we have traditionally seen looking backwards. The printing press, television, comic books, different things, especially when we're talking about media and technology, and we can look back in history and say, whoa, that changed the world, that changed society, it changed how we interact with each other, it really changed on a global level in many ways. And so for me right now, looking at what's disruptive gives us a chance to study those kind of changes in real time. And we might look at some things that appear to be disruptive and then just walk away from them because they don't take that interest of people that goes back to the psychology, but then other things do. And so, for instance, I look at those big milestones. So that would be the introduction of the internet, the introduction of a computer that was personal. And these are the things that I think, from my point of view, are disruptive because they change society and tend to, you can see where we have multiple decades going down a society that looks a particular way, and then this technology comes in and it shifts in some way that either creates more of an even playing field or disrupts the even playing field, creates more democracy, suppresses democracy, and those kind of things. And those are usually two tensions that are always in play.
Right, so it's basically enabling desired behaviors. So another way of saying that is it's successful when reality falls short and technology can fill the gap.
Kind of interesting since we're talking about reality versus virtual, augmented, and reality. So we're really talking about adoption, right? And what kinds of things drive adoption?
Well, let me start by sort of giving you a short model of the way I look at things. People are driven by core fundamental needs. So you could say that those are archetypal needs. And what's more archetypal than a superhero? If you evaluate technology by a sort of short superhero quiz, you can make a judgment about whether or not it will fundamentally meet needs and be adopted. So, for example, does it provide magic, right? Does it imbue you with powers that you didn't already have? You know, can you get information that you couldn't see? Can you fly? Can you teleport? Can you be someplace else? So is there a magical component that extends what we can already do? The second is, do you feel like you can actually do the things that it's promising? Do you feel the power? The third is it providing a source of connection, right? Everyone wanted to love Superman, right? Crowds cheering him. Does it make you feel more connected to humanity? Does it make you feel more connected to yourself? The fourth is, does it embody some kind of transformation? Does it allow you to take something somewhere else? Does it allow you to have some kind of transformative experience, whether that's shock and awe or whether that's a change in behavior? Another thing is does it feel safe? Is it providing safety? Now that might seem like a weird thing to talk about when you're talking about disruption and innovation, but a primary biological imperative of the human being is not to die, right? So if you have experiences that, like the little lightweight biplane, right? Why didn't that catch on? We should all have our own little biplanes and be avoiding 405 altogether. But those are scary, right? So adoption is not going to happen on things that fundamentally challenge our sense of safety. And then the final thing is social and environmental constraints. There are certain constraints that you can't work around, whether it's regulatory or sort of social norms. But I think that if you use that simple model, which by the way all track to environment or evolutionary theory, self-determination theory, and a bunch of other sort of boring things, you can make a judgment about whether or not these things are going to fulfill some core needs.
So I think there's a theme here. I always look to see what people are doing and then work backwards from that. So one of the recent research studies that I did was based upon the mass adoption of fitness bands and what was actually happening there. And so then using that as an example, as a case study, what we could see is there's a psychological theory about self-regulation that people have an idea. They have like a sense of agency that they want to do something, in this case, health, live longer, live as long as possible and as well as possible. And they can't move into action, or they move into action and it's temporary. And what happens with a lot of these fitness bands is because the feedback is so quick and it is about you, so I am the most interesting topic that there is in the world. And there's psychological components in that we process information about ourselves. It's more salient and more memorable about ourselves. So I go from a person who was trying to get fit and struggling and other priorities took place to a person who constantly is reminded of my goal and how I am doing towards my goal, and that makes it more salient. So McAdams has a theory that is based upon the agent, actor, and autobiographical self, which goes back to what Pam was talking about, the stories that we tell. And I could see that in play there, where the agent was able to move from an ideal to embodied action within the world based upon the psychological advantage that fitness bands gave them. And then I learned about it by them telling me the stories of what the data meant to them. And it was very interesting because people could point, to a graph with a data point, and I'm like, oh, that's when my nephew got married. And so you see, I don't have any steps there. But then this was right before I signed up for a triathlon, so you could see what's happening in my data. So it became sort of part of their narrative identity. And basically, adoption rates, I wrote it down, I think 280 million people have Fitbit, and obviously we all know it is being purchased by Google for
A lot of money.
some billions of dollars.
But it does provide transformation.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I think you touched on a really important topic here too, and it's this idea of self-knowledge, like understanding yourself and your own way of dealing with things, or your own responses of your body, And so I think there is an inherent interest in, like, who am I? So, Geraldine, maybe you could go for like that second slide
Sure.
that I had, which also addresses, what Pam was saying. I think it all ties it together in my mind. It's based on Maslow's pyramid of needs. Only I disagreed that Maslow had a pyramid. It's actually proven that he never designed the pyramid. He designed these needs, and it was meant to be something like, it's not like that we're just dealing with one and then we go to the next one and we go higher in levels. We actually are dealing with all of these at different points in times of our lives. So it's more like a curvy thing. So I put them in a circle. And I think that that definitely adoption is supported when those needs are addressed. So Pam already spoke to some of them, which is, safety, and Karen did too, in terms of self-knowledge. That is, self-actualization and self-knowledge are probably very closely related, and self-esteem. And so when all of these factors, or one of them very strongly, is triggered by a technology, then I think it really does have a good shot at adoption. When you look at the technology, though, VR, AR, MR, and so on, it's fascinating because it depends on the use case whether there's going to be adoption or there's further adoption. In mental health, it's very interesting because you can change certain patterns by using these technologies because you're absorbed into a different point of view. But you can address all of these needs. I think, from my perspective, one of the things that is really missing at the moment is the practicality of it. In other words, the hardware. So, for example, with the Google Glass, it wasn't, from a hardware perspective, it wasn't the ideal thing. It's not how you want to walk around. When we had VR at the beginning, we had all the mobile VR. I don't know if you guys were part of that, where we would put the phone into some sort of a headset, and then we were able to view experiences through that. So I was working with cancer patients and cancer survivors with my own VR apps to mitigate anxiety. And, by the time they'd gotten all of the hardware together, they were like even
So
more
anxious.
anxious than they were at the beginning. So,
Sort of defeated the purpose.
yeah, so it defeated the purpose. So sometimes we overlook, when we speak about adoption, we overlook like these really simple things, right? So if you don't have the hardware for it, it's not easy. Like, just put on the headset and now you can relax, or now you can, experience yourself, or now. But if it's too difficult, nobody's going to do it.
Right.
It's
But I
just
think you
plain and simple.
make a great point about use case, because there are some cases where VR really is disruptive. For example, treating PTSD of
Yep.
guys that have come back from Afghanistan. It's hardly appropriate to take them back to Afghanistan to do in situ behavioral treatment, which is the best way to treat that kind of thing, but you can recreate those things in VR.
Right.
So that's one case where, without question, it's been disruptive in the way treatment
absolutely.
is delivered.
So exposure therapy, is something totally accepted, except the way that's been done, right, is that you go to a center and then, you're all hooked up or tethered, that was like tethered VR. So then it's not, if we talk about adoption of a technology, then you can't go from there, because you're back in this realm of thousands of dollars for the equipment, and then you're sitting there with all of these things. Okay, that's changed with the Oculus Quest, so now we're able to get there faster, more efficiently.
And exposure therapy has changed too. I saw in augmented reality, they are actually working with fear of spiders. I think it's from Oxford, where you can use your phone then, to treat the fear of spiders. So it's changing, and that's the place where it gets really interesting, which gets me to the middle of this graph, which is the connection, right? So we have the connection to self, we have the connection to others, so this is at the crux, the most important element, I think, for adoption to succeed of any technology. But the hardware has to be up to snuff, I want to say, so that you can actually use it easily, right? Phone is
So this is
great.
almost that nurture nature kind of a challenge where, is it the design, like the augmented reality or the virtual reality
Right.
or something like that, that is driving adoption? Or is it the particular use of it? For example, we're seeing great strides with both augmented and virtual reality in healthcare and in training, and maybe much slower adoptions in other areas.
Yes, exactly.
So one of the things that I'm struggling with really is we virtually all have the phones, and we can do a lot of things with augmented reality on our phone, but are those really the things that are going to be disruptive and make change? So when I think about, again, from a commercial point of view, if I'm thinking about fitness rather than health, back on fitness, it's hard to carry the phone around, like when I'm swimming laps or such. And so there does seem to be this point right now where until we get something that isn't handheld to the place that people can use it for fitness, which might be, we saw, I think, a couple weeks ago, a swim goggle that's not that different from Google Glass, but it's a swim goggle. So while you're swimming, it can give you the information about how you're doing and how your laps and your timing and your personal best, which would be very beneficial for amateur athletes as well as professional athletes. And I tried to think if there was something, you guys saw me playing with my phone earlier, like, is there something you could do with your phone that would get me to, want to go out and run and take steps and so forth? And I think there was an app sometime back that used sound and made you think that zombies were chasing you.
Zombies Run, it's on my phone.
I was going to say, did you use that, Pam?
So it felt like zombies were chasing you, and that was probably motivating for a little while, gamification.
And addressing the need of safety.
Someone yesterday was talking about an app with a virtual dog that could be your companion through the new dog museum. And that made me think, well, maybe you could have a virtual dog that, ran with you and got out there, but you're still holding that phone and having to point the phone in a particular way. So
You need a fanny pack.
a fanny pack? I don't know. You still have to look through the lens to see the dog. But regardless, I think right now we're hopefully at a turning point where we will get to some other gear besides a phone that allows people to have augmented reality experiences. But a lot of what's happening right now is almost like a press pause on that, because there's a lot more success with what we can do with our phone.
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, there's also, obviously, Apple, coming out with their glasses in 2022. So that brings this whole idea of, the phone then being accessible through eyewear. And I mean, I think that's what they're going to do with that. I don't think that they're going to get, all the way out there with AR, VR possibilities on it, but that you will definitely have that then. But even with that, does that mean there's going to be mass adoption? Well,
It's still a mediated experience to some extent.
I think we'll see
yeah.
a lot of, try things out, fail fast. But I think there's one thing that we see on the technology side is they vastly underestimate the power of the human brain and presence. Because Zombies Run is a narrative, right? It isn't just, they do break in every so often and tell you how close the zombies are, but you listen to it continually because you're in a narrative. And the narrative is what creates the world that you visit. There was an interesting study done comparing VR movie watching to just regular flat screen TV, and there was exactly the same level of narrative transportation, sense of presence, connection with the characters, independent of the setting. The thing that made the difference was the quality of the movie and the quality of the narrative. So people were much more consumed by one movie than another movie. It didn't matter if it was VR or flat, because we have this ability to transport ourselves and our perception cognitively. You're talking on the phone to somebody that you like, and you walk right into a post, right? Because you're not here, you're there. And so I think that we're underestimating the value add sometimes of these technologies that we're already getting emotionally and cognitively. Because we were discussing last night, is VR really disruptive in gaming? Or is it just an amplification of the experience gamers are already having? They're already experiencing presence. I can tell you that my 9-year-old is in Minecraft. There's no doubt about it, right, when she's playing. So giving her VR would be entertaining for her. It would not change how much she played. It would not, well, of course, parental constraints kind of dictate that a little bit, but it wouldn't change her enjoyment in terms of the functionality that much. So I think that's an interesting question of disruption as a value add, not necessarily as money, although that's good because it's expensive stuff, but how we're thinking about the definitions.
Yeah, I think I really like, where you're heading with this too, is like this idea of the social connection. So that's the story part of it. That's the storytelling part of it, right? So we have our personal stories, and then we have our cultural stories, and how does one relate to the other? So I would say, I wrote this down. There's an emotion called kamamuta, which is an emotion evoked by sudden intensification of communal sharing. So the moment you share your personal story and it triggers other people on the other end with something similar, you have suddenly this net that happens. And that's why obviously all of these platforms are so successful, like say Facebook, Instagram, etc. Which then brings us to the other crux of adoption. It's like,
is it social?
Is it social? And then you go back exactly to what you were saying, which is the storytelling element.
Right.
Huge,
And the experience of other
that's
people,
it.
right?
Yeah.
Which is why people will buy a bad ticket to go see an NFL game instead of, watching it at home. Because part of it is the somatic experience of crowds.
Yeah, and that's what I really wanted to ask you guys, was about what role does cultural play in this extended reality situation? So is it individual? Is it social? Is it cultural?
Well, I'm going to argue that everything's fundamentally social. I mean, I agree with the rewiring of Maslow that without social, none of the other stuff would happen. I mean, we didn't, tackle woolly mammoths all by ourselves, right? I mean, we achieved safety through tribes, and we are a tribal people, for better or for worse. And so if they can't figure out how to make VR social, then it's going to be limited use.
Yeah, and I think, and maybe it's something as simple as, sharing what you've been doing and being able to post that. And I know that Facebook was experimenting with it, but I don't think that it was very successful. But I mean, look at the things like, Snapchat. It was so simple with the filters. I mean, there's, that's augmented reality. And then you add a story to that, and woof, all of a sudden this thing takes off, right? So that's magic. That's adoption.
Right.
In a consumer perspective, maybe not for what is interesting for us. I mean, for me, like say from a mental health perspective or, from a mindfulness perspective, but definitely from a mass adoption perspective, that it has to go through that.
I think that culture is really an interesting way to look at it. Things are social, things are cultural. If we look at sort of the phases we've gone through culturally simplified. We had an industrial age, we had a consumer age. I would argue now we're in the experiential age. Now, what comes first, the chicken or the egg? Is it the fact that we have all of these abilities to create experiences that is shifting the culture towards experience? When I look with my clients, we aren't really necessarily selling a car. Yes, we are selling a car. We're selling a car that's supposed to be transportation. But when we look at a portfolio of a lot of different cars, those come with an imagined experience of what you're going to be able to experience in the world. Now we see obviously augmented reality or extended reality is creating a lot of experiences. People are also very much interested in capturing those experiences and sharing them with other people, but it does go outside. Like, we can leave all the technology, we can just put it down, and we can still go on an experience, but there's this now motivation. What am I gonna do this weekend? What am I gonna do on my experience? What am I gonna do with my money? What kind of experiences can I have versus what can I buy? So that's where I think it's a cultural shift that's resonating right now.
Do you think we're experiencing any kind of technology backlash?
No, I don't think so. I think it's going right into
Well,
technology.
it depends on the sector. I mean,
Right.
I think we're seeing a certain amount of technophobia, but it's mostly directed right now at social media, not VR, because not enough people have read Ready Player One.
Right. Yeah, of course, in the mental health field, there's a lot of back and forth about this. But I would say it always depends on the use case. So, can we replace human interaction? No, I don't think so. Can we replace interaction with nature? No, we can't. But if we play with these technologies in the right way, we can actually enhance our lives. I don't know. That's my that is my sort of point of view here.
I wouldn't say there's a backlash, but there's always that equal and opposite reaction. So as we go down this path with so much technology, immersed in technology, a lot of what it has us do right now is have to sit still. Sort of in homework for coming here, I went over to Century City Mall, which has changed a lot to be in a place of experience from a place to shop. But there's a mirror store, there's a Peloton store. Next door to that is a Sage, I think how you say it, where you can get aromatherapy, and then there's an Aesop's, and then there's places where you can get your own juice and all different kinds of ice cream, so all these different experiences. But it does seem that there is a desire for people to have something where they set the technology down, where they cook with fresh ingredients, where they, have aromatherapy, where they get a massage, those kind of things. And I feel like that's also coming forward, whether that is because it's part of the cultural zeitgeist or if it's as a bit of a balancing act with all the technology.
Well, so I agree. So I wouldn't call it backlash. I would call it like maybe it's the creation of more awareness around just the simple fact that there's certain things that, technology is a tool. Like, what are we going to use it for? That's up to us, right? So we can set the intention and we can, really be purposeful about it. Does it replace everything else? No, but as we accelerate in everything, right? Like you were saying, then there is sort of a thirst for the other things too. So I wouldn't call it a backlash, but I would definitely call it, that there's a self-awareness that's raised around these things are important too. Hey, I want to be in a nice place. I want to smell nice things. I want to hang out with my family. I want to go in nature.
Well, I would argue that part of the change at the Century City Mall is due to a disruptive technology called Amazon. Because
But they even have a little Amazon store there at Century City.
but-
Just saying.
Well, and they may well, but I don't know if you've noticed it, but the stores don't stock as much as they used to. They expect you to buy online, which means that that Century Mall is full of the only things that Amazon can't sell, right? It can't sell ice cream. It can't sell massages yet, right? So there's
That's interesting.
so there's
Yes.
also a shift that's due to a disruptive
But
technology.
isn't this getting back to what Karen was talking about, looking for the experience? So all of these things that were, the stores that she was talking about is where you're smelling
Well,
things.
sure,
and you're
yeah,
having-
they-
so you're
but-
having the experience, and then you can go buy it online.
Right, no,
like you said, but yeah.
I'm just arguing that we, as part of that equation, I mean, I agree with you, but part of the equation, we have to say, what other pressures would make those things more viable as stores these days than they used to be?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Well, in Century City, disposable income helps too, but,
No, and who knows? I mean, maybe from that perspective, the disruption was exactly being able to, order everything, and then the malls becoming, or these types of places becoming experiential places.
Recreational.
Period. Where you can just try out the stuff and you just order it online afterwards. So, I mean, but I'd say like we're in a huge societal shift. We're in a disruptive phase. So, it's almost like what is going to be adopted?
Right.
We're in the middle of it. So who knows how this whole story is going to
but
end
I
up.
think, yeah, the how it's all going to end is exactly what Karen was talking about, which is that if you understand the human fundamentals and you understand the needs, then you're in a much better position to anticipate potential uses and to make judgments about what's going to satisfy needs and what can be successful.
Well, that leads exactly into my final question, and then we'll open it up to the audience to ask questions as well. But really, what do you guys see as the future for extended reality? And is it going to go the way of the movie pass, or do we have something fabulous waiting for us?
I hope we have something fabulous
so,
waiting
too.
for us. I'm very excited about all the potential, and I do think that if we keep going back to, I guess, not putting things out there and waiting to see what happens, but watching what happens and making sort of iterative moves in real time, so that when people demonstrate for us what is motivating them to use whatever offering that we have, whether it is something for improving their personal fitness, or if it's pure entertainment and transportation, they'll show us what about the new technology is going to really have more momentum with society. It's up to us to pay attention to that and make the changes, and not just, one and done. I think most of us know that, but not everyone knows that. So I definitely see situations where, we tried that augmented reality thing once and we didn't get a return on our investment, so we're moving on to something else. And that's really, when you're looking bigger picture of where all this funding is going to come from, something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and I think that, underlines the importance of user experience research, with everything. So then we go into the details of it, not just the mass adoption or the general theme of disruption, but rather, really pinpointing what exactly is it about this that works, what exactly is it about this that's transformative or not, where does it egg on, where does it get too difficult. I mean, when I started with the VR, I didn't know that it was going to be difficult and stop at the point where people were putting in, the phones into the headsets and increasing anxiety. So that's like such a simple example of user experience research, where you just go like, yeah, ooh, that won't work. So what now? And now working with grief, for example, an investigator in a study on grief and using virtual reality and comparing it with another immersive experience that's non-digital, and just seeing how people are reacting to that in the little details, like what works. Like, you can sit down, I'm in this chair, I can relax, oh, but then there's the tethered stuff. Okay, so how do I deal with that? And user experience, so how can I get their attention away from that and design it in such a manner that they get fully, optimally absorbed into this experience so that they can connect to their own grief. So I'm really into contemplative experiences, so it's a little bit different. But again, yes, I think that to user experience research is going to be the point.
Yeah, I would argue that positive development is going to rest on one thing. If they start to design technology where they don't just focus on what can this do, but they say, what do people want to do? What does this do? And is this helping this? Because like your example with Snapchat, what do people want to do? They want to connect, right? Fundamental human drive, right? So it doesn't take a genius to figure out that something that is easy, that allows people to connect, is going to be adopted, right? And so if they start looking at that sweet spot between the technology and the lowering friction and core needs, core drives, what people want to do, go back to the superhero quiz, right? That they will be much better able to predict successful technology.
Well, thank you. I'd like to open it up to you and any questions out there for our panel. Yes, go ahead.
I apologize, I just walked in, so I don't know if you discussed this, but in your research, are you studying the addiction capture where the neural pathways are creating same response as heroin or cocaine?
Dopamine, yeah. I don't know. Are you guys? Well, yes, of course, you know. There's a very strong element. I mean, I'm just focused on taking that mechanism and using it the other way around. So what if you have a shot of dopamine every time you get into a contemplative experience and you're more connected to self, right? So that's an interesting discussion. Does that make it inherently like an iffy thing, ethically? Like, you know, or does it give you the chance to then, as you experience yourself more, you become like meta-aware, then does that mean that there is no possibility there for addiction? But it exists.
Or to use the technology to reverse engineer what's been engineered already?
That's essentially what I'm saying. Yes, Ann. So
I would
yeah.
definitely say in the work that I did on adoption of fitness band, and people, in a good way, were addicted to the feedback that they were getting from their data. And you could see that it could very easily cross the line.
Yep.
So there are people who maybe have a propensity for an eating disorder or something like that, where your personal best is 10,000 steps a day, and the next day you do 15, and the next day you do 20, and the next day, you know, you walk all day. So those are all things that we need to keep in mind of those people who are vulnerable to addiction, whether it is in gaming or something that seems to be as positive as a fitness band. I think the good news is that we know how to harness that for good, and then hopefully that helps us. And I know some of our cohort has worked specifically in that area.
Another question. Yes.
As, not to get too Orwellian, but, you know, there's the big brother theory, right? But a worse one is the distraction. That technology and everything is being pushed on it so much that it's being distracted. And it'll continue. So what if you guys have thoughts about that from a technological experience? But everything is bombarded, and God forbid children being born now, the world they're going to go into. So the big brother theory is not as horrific as a distraction.
Well, I mean, sure, absolutely, but that's why I think that it's really necessary to bring out more and more contemplative experiences within the technology and to be able to manage it. I mean, there's an organization up in Silicon Valley, I think they're called CHP, Conscious Technology. Anyways, they design things so that and they work with Google and so on. And Apple came up with, under this structure, with a way to turn off your phone. Like, I don't know, but I have that on mine, right? So like you say, like, silence it from this time to this time. And then what if you can also manage the amount of emails that are coming in and how you want them to come in at certain points in time. So at this, yes to contemplative, yes to managing the technology. And I think that's all possible, but it's our intention with it, right?
Right, and I want to argue the other side of that, because the one thing that we've done is that we've got this new technology, and it's all relatively new, right? I mean, we're definitely at the shiny penny stage on a lot of this stuff, right? We all just jumped into the pool, and these kids that you're talking about, have we talked about teaching media literacy? Have we talked about teaching self-regulation? Because you can set the phone to go off, but the next app that they come to, that's not set with your parental control. So we need to be teaching self-regulation. We need to be teaching media literacy so that they understand the algorithms, the things that they're being shown, how the brain reacts, because that's the only way that we arm a generation to deal with technology and make smart choices.
And I want to jump in there. One other thing is, we evolve as humans. If you took all of the cell phones, computers, technology out of this room right now, we would still be bombarded with a lot of information. And yet you've still managed to at least semi-pay attention to what's going on here. I mean, there have been people talking out there, there's been things rolling, we've got hums and sounds, we've got lights and things. As human beings, we've evolved to be able to understand. And so we also have to think about that piece of it. I think what Pam's saying about control is so important in being able to teach people how to navigate it and get the tools to be able to navigate it, but also have belief in us as human beings in our evolution about how right now it's new, so we're still navigating it, but we'll find a way to be able to move through it.
Yeah, I don't like to think of us as passive victims, like, the silver bullet theory and all that. I like to think of us as engaging with the technology, figuring it out, and wrestling it to the ground.
So I do want to take more questions. I'm fine with you, but if somebody else had one first, since you've already asked one. Yes, go ahead.
So this is an AR, VR conversation, correct? In terms of that technology involved in the wellness industry? Is that what the panel
Yeah,
with right now?
We weren't talking about just wellness, but wellness is definitely one of those areas, as well as the whole medical industry. It's being used quite a bit.
General, bar for what a healthy human being looks like in your industry? Is there something that you're striving towards getting your clients to? Or are you just basically focused on problem, not necessarily an ideal?
Well, I mean, I think we'll all have a really different answer to that one. I don't know. Coming out of mindfulness, I'm looking to true nature and of the person, the personal true nature, and finding that and connecting in a way that is respectful of diversity.
So
That's my end, but
So
it'll-
to create programming that actually helps people in the AR, augmented reality, I mean, what does that mean? Like, I can just push a button and I can have my therapist appear before me?
I don't think wellness is necessarily about therapy. I think what we're looking for is how can these things be used in a socially responsible way that have various use cases. If you're a therapist, if somebody comes in and you don't say, well, take this test and I'm going to get you from a 7 to an 8, right? Basically, you want to say, how is your life? What's going on with it? And what is it that you want to change, right? These tools then become tools. Right? Facilitators for you to make a choice about what you want to change and improve.
Well, like she said, if there's not an objective sense of where you're all going, how are you going to create programming that addresses the universal principles that human beings run on?
You don't.
And to clarify, we're psychologists who are studying what's happening in health and fitness and sports and so forth. So we're
no, I'm making it.
She is making. I'm sorry, but we're coming from a psychology point of view, not from a manufacturer's point of view. So looking at human behavior, how the mind works, what is motivating people for particular behaviors and what we can learn from that to take back out into the world to share with the people who are makers so that they can do, more good than evil with what they make.
So I think that you're addressing a question. I mean, there's so many ideas. We could sit down and literally, over 2 hours, maybe crank out some of them on how to do this. So that's huge, right? I mean, it's, at least 2 hours, right? Or days,
I have
or
a feeling
whatever,
we'll be
yeah.
talking about it out there. We're out near the end. Go ahead, we have one last question, and then we'll...
To kind of piggyback on that, Jalen, you and Pam probably could talk about positive psychology, the things we've learned about positive psychology and how that can be implemented.
Right. So both Pam and I do research and teach in positive media psychology, and my approach is always a strength-based. Well, let's look at what's working well. That doesn't mean be Pollyannish and pretend like the nefarious things aren't out there, but I try to lead as a strength-based, but I'll let Pam talk a little bit about it as well.
But no, I think that, that's right, that we were in the last, it's been about 40 years now, identifying constructs so that we're not just looking at pathologies, we're looking also at what works and trying to figure out how to enable people to make choices to improve their level of happiness, flourishing, competence, resilience. And so positive psychology isn't all about happy people wandering around, although that would be swell. It's really about building strengths so that you can overcome life's challenges, so that you're not sidelined by things, so that you can achieve your goals. So part of your question is the first step in therapy is to identify the client's goals, right? And so it's a goal-based problem. It isn't a uniform program.
We're down to our final minute. I didn't know if the panel, if anybody wanted to have one very quick, brief word.
Oh, I thought we already did that.
I think we did it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just had one thing that I thought was interesting. Virtual reality is retro, in my opinion, because I don't believe it's disruptive. It's actually bringing us back to reality. So anyway, thanks for joining us.
Nice. That was a good one, Jerry Lynn.
Good job. I'm good. Nice to see you. Oh, I'd have to climb down off that.
That was a good panel. I enjoyed it.
Thank you very much. I'm going to need to, thank you. Let me move out of their way, and then,
Well, they don't start until
Yeah, we have to set up a few things. Sorry.
give me just a second.
Last time, I left this at this exact spot, and this cost $85. I don't want to lose it this time. And I donated one to the cause.
Please, I would love that, because that brief project is actually totally interesting. And, it's related to
I want to get out of there. I'm on the website.
Shall we do it here? I guess.
Where do you want to do it?
This is fine. Yeah. I think we don't have that many people. Yeah. So.
You can actually sit here. Use
Okay.
this microphone.
All right.
Talk over here. We're gonna move this out.
Probably down. Yeah.
Move down here so anybody else can grab a lot.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
You're gonna use this microphone. So now you've got audio running.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, there's some power down there. And that's there.
Yeah. Do I have to switch display or? Displays.
Okay, so you do crochet, like if I have a crochet coming out where we need, okay, okay. Okay, yes, we'd love to. I don't have a picture.
Okay.
Take my picture, that's gonna, I'm gonna.
Oh, there you go.
Is that?
Let's see. Let's try calling Laura.
Try it. I'm gonna go.
Okay.
Oh, there.
Okay.
You gotta go back here and manage sound.
Are you on LinkedIn? Oh, okay, that's fine. Did I actually? Yeah, okay. That would be great. Thank you for coming on. Lucy, thank you.
Hi, Laura.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, let me shut off my.
Hi, Laura. It's okay.
Okay. Okay, now it's better.
Can you hear?
Yeah. Oh.
I'm not hearing very well. Maybe it's just me.
Well, yeah, you want me to turn her up on there?
uh,
She's coming out of the speakers.
Okay.
Right? I'm gonna turn her on for you. You tell me what level you want her at.
Okay.
Right?
Laura, you have to start talking so that they can calibrate the
Okay,
volume.
I'm trying. Is that loud enough?
Yeah, I think so. Right? Good?
Good.
Okay. All right. Then hang on and until we start.
Cool.
You can make it bigger up there.
I can maximize it. Do you want your face to fill the whole screen?
Whatever.
Oh.
Great.
Okay, great. We got it. Okay.
Good.
I love it when technology works.
Very good. At least I can hear.
Okay, now I can drink some water.
No, you can relight it.
And you.
I'm gonna go get a little sun because
Okay.
it's cold. in here.
Yeah, it's true.
I'll be back in.
The good thing is it's 3 a.m. there, right?
Yep.
That means that there's no background noise.
True.
Yeah, some-
Except I do have a air purifier running behind me.
Yeah, it's all right. You
And
can hear it.
pollution, the
Ah.
pollution in my room is that much.
72. Oh my goodness.
Anything beyond 50 is polluted.
Oh,
This is in my room.
I remember those days, Laura.
Please do remember I'm living in those days.
I think after a while, I just thought that ignorance is bliss, right?
Sometimes I have to close my eyes just
Yeah.
not worry. What can you do?
Yeah. Okay.
So have you seen other folks?
Yes,
pet-
everybody is here. Everybody is outside and waiting for 10 minutes, I guess. Roughly.
Okay,
Yeah. Let's see.
great.
Yeah. Did you get a good sleep?
So you met all of them, right?
Hmm?
You know Larry?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Definitely know Dennis.
except Yan. I've never met
Okay.
Yan. Yeah.
Yeah. She lived in LA also,
Oh,
but she spent lots of time in China those days.
I see.
Yeah, she's one us.
Okay.
Came from China originally, via Canada for years,
Uh-huh.
then US for maybe 20.
Okay. Okay. If you want to say something secret, WeChat me.
Huh.
If you want to say something secret.
That's the technology.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Hang on. Hang on, Laura. What are you saying? What are you showing? Oh, oh. You're going to be an honorary professor there?
It has been.
Do you know if the school has started?
They do have a training program,
Uh-huh.
and we are, all the class 78 from BFA has been invited,
Uh-huh.
and about 30 of us were there last month.
Ah.
Dated October 24, 2019.
Okay.
So this is a new, even not 1 month old.
They even reused my logo a little bit.
Yours?
You know, the logo we did for Wanda Studios? They kind of kept the flower and they removed the Wanda logo and then substituted with their own logo.
And they used the film Metropolis.
Yes, that's the right term.
Yeah.
We were trying to.
You know, it's really impressive to see the hardware there you guys built.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
It's massive.
I'm really impressed.
I still
And
cannot
even the
believe
Bar
how big it is.
Street,
I still can't.
the
believe it.
hotels,
Yeah. Uh-huh. The
and
exhibition
the Bar
center.
Street.
Yeah. And did you see the
Yeah,
mall?
whatever they build there is really beautiful.
Yeah. Did you see the mall?
the bar street, everything.
Oh,
The
okay.
Ballpark Street, no, I didn't.
Oh,
I didn't
okay.
go there.
The mall is
I
right
saw
across the
it.
studio. The mall is
Right.
across the studio.
Right.
Yeah.
I didn't realize you guys are building an island
Oh, you didn't know that?
until I was there.
That was the supposedly the pièce de résistance. It's supposed to be. It's all reclaimed, you know that. You know that where the studio was like kind of a mountain-ish, you know, like a hill. So after they grade that, they dump the soil into to make the island.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't realize that until I was there. I said, wow.
Mm.
And the hotel I stayed, I can see the mountain with the sun.
Were you staying in the island?
Yeah,
Oh, I haven't even got the chance to do that.
I stayed 2 nights.
Wow.
It's beautiful.
What is it called now?
You mean the island?
No, the hotel.
I stayed on, I think one of the Crown Plaza.
Oh, okay. Okay. So it's now called the Crown
Yeah.
Plaza. Okay.
Right, and overlook the river
Uh-huh. Basically,
and see the mountain.
yeah, you look inland, right? Basically, you look inland
Yeah.
and you have the view of the studio and the mountains and the river, yeah.
Right, the mall. Yeah, yeah,
and the mall,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. We took pictures too. I took video too.
Yeah, show it to me when
Yeah.
you get back. Should
What
I-
is the wire on the wall? I can see my picture. There's a wire.
Wire? Maybe it's the panel gap. Are you talking about these things?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
No, it's just you know, the panels. They section out the room, and these are the panels, and
Ah, I see.
no wires.
Okay. Okay, it is. Yeah. Ah, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
no problem.
Yeah.
I guess we'll wait for another minute for people to come in, I guess.
Sure.
Sorry, we don't mean to be having a private conversation in front of everybody. Laura was supposed to be here, and I have to substitute. But she could have done it over Skype, right? See? Yeah.
No, we can't go without you, Larry.
I'll be one of your panels. Oh. Am I supposed to retrieve?
Oh, my. Well, there's a beer mug. It's from the Qingdao movie Metropolis.
Oh, yeah. They have an Oktoberfest as well. You know, Qingdao.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Qingdao has an Oktoberfest every August, I think. And then,
I think that's why we were there. Also, October.
yeah. And I think that the whole of Qingdao basically, has different beer festivals around town. The only place.
Why not?
The only place that looks like Germany in China, I think. Am I supposed to bring in our panelists?
Usually they come in and
Sure.
themselves.
Oh, okay.
Maybe. Usually they're
Okay.
sitting here right now. I'm just here, yeah.
tried to be a little early because I want to make sure that I got Laura on Skype. You never know, right?
Oh, yeah.
You know, communicating with China is very, very, I think in the middle. Okay. Where am I?
Hey, Laura.
Hi.
Where does she see us from?
Oh.
Hi, Yan.
Hi,
Hi, nice to see you.
She's like, yeah, she's on this side.
Hi,
Hi, Janet.
nice to see you.
Yeah, nice to see you. Hi, Jesse. Thank you guys to be there.
Sure.
Thank you. Water?
Yeah, please.
Water? Yeah, I can. I'll do it. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Would you like some water?
I got some right here.
One more, thank you.
I don't. I thought, you're she invited us. Really? You're ready? Oh, I remember. You can't be here. So this is mine. So twice.
Bless you. Thank you. It's an interactive panel.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Sorry for dragging you away from the impeachment hearing. But, you know, I guess we all had enough.
3 months ago.
I am Gary Ko. I am subbing for Laura, who's on video today, because she is in China working on her projects. So Laura Chen, we'll start with Laura Chen as an introduction. And Laura, why don't you kind of give us a rundown, and then we'll go down, and each one of us will introduce ourselves.
Okay, thanks, Gary. Thanks, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Laura.
It's about 3 o'clock.
As-
Three,
That's
almost,
right.
Yeah,
almost
3:50.
3:30 in the morning. She's very
It's
thirsty.
early.
You can
But
see.
but I'm awake. Most of you probably know me. I'm Laura Chen. I'm the president of IT Thai Inc. This is a film production and service company based in the U.S. and China. Currently, I'm producing and directing a documentary web series here. The content is about the Chinese fifth-generation filmmakers and who they are and their current work. It will be a 5 episodes web series, 25 minutes per episode. It will be exhibited on ITE platform next year, 2020. I'm also teaching in Beijing at the Beijing Film Academy. And recently, we as a group, the class 1982 of the Beijing Film Academy, all have been invited as an honorary professor by the Qingdao Movie Metropolis. I want to show you guys. I don't know if you guys can see this.
Nice.
for those of you who don't know, that used to be the Wonder Studios, movie metropolis.
Yeah, so we were there 20 days ago, and they want us to help them bring in more business, and they also offered, let us use the studios. So it was quite impressive. Okay, I'm done with mine. Thank you, Gary.
Okay, thank you, Laura. Next, we have Yan Chui, the only person I haven't met, I think, in this panel. So please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Yan Cui. I was born in China and came to the U.S. by 2000 and studied film in Canada and here. Basically, I'm writer, director, producer. I spent the last 8 years in China, made 4 films, directed to produce 4. I know quite a bit about what's really going on in China. I mean, it's still, for me, it's still very new. Every day I have to learn how to, even though I'm Chinese, but since I live in the West for too long, I have to learn how to adapt myself into the Chinese mentality and especially film market and the film audience. And there's a huge difference between the West and the Chinese. Anyway, so if you have any question, please ask me.
Next, we'll have our esteemed banker, Bennett, who doesn't need an introduction.
Thank you, Gary. I don't need an introduction. Thank you. So, as briefly as possible, I want to thank Laura for continuing to put this on and for having the fortitude to stay up all night and with a terrific smile on your face. So that's always great. And I have the pleasure to know everybody here on the panel pretty well, and actually looking forward to their comments today. I'm a banker. I work for East West Bank. We specialize in entertainment and all different forms of media, technology, etc., both in the U.S. and also in mainland China, where we have a local business there, and we lend money there for local programming as well as we do for stuff here. So I hope I didn't say that too loud that Larry heard me, because he might ask me to do something later.
Okay, and next we will have Jess Wiener.
Again, I want to thank Laura, of course, for putting this on and having us here. Thank you very much. Actually, I served as partner for a large Chinese law firm for many years, called Yinke Law Firm, and now we've actually been opening up offices here in the U.S. So I'm a new firm called YK. I'm managing partner of that firm. We have offices in New York and L.A. And in China, basically I've helped in the entertainment industry, helping companies like Hunan TV and their slate financing deal with Lionsgate, and also helped a Chinese company purchase the XXX franchise of Vin Diesel, and I just work on various films for China, generally they're based in the U.S., like Ning Hao's Crazy Alien, and The Rookies came out recently, and that's kind of things I work on, although I guess we'll get into the conversation of how that's been changing over the years as well. Thank you.
And last but not least, Larry Namer, a person that I have heard of for a long time and not have met until today. When I first went to China, one of the assistant came up to me and said, "Oh, do you know Larry Namer?" I said, "No, I don't." Then he said, "Oh, I was working for him at Woodland Hills in Warren Center, and he was bringing a bunch of shows into China, and I'll let Larry introduce and tell you what he has."
Sure. Here in the U.S., probably better known as the founder of E! Entertainment Television, which I sold to Comcast a few years ago. Decided to go to China and start a new life there. So started a media company there. We've got we do TV shows. Everything we do is in Mandarin. TV shows, we do film, we do music, we do live events. We have a museum show that's now moving from Shanghai to Chongqing. It's called the Da Vinci Experience, which is now in its third year in China. We just do a lot of stuff there. But again, we really looked at the market and said that, you can't take what you do in America and just bring it to China and subtitle it and they'll be happy. We said that wouldn't work. So probably that's the main reason we've managed to survive there for as long as we have, is that we just decided we will focus on the Chinese market in Chinese, specifically for the Chinese audience. And so far, so good.
Just to introduce myself, I'm Gary Ko. Spent 20 years at Disney working in technology. In 1994, Wanda called me and recruited me to become their Chief Technology Officer. And they asked me if I'm ready to build the largest movie studio in the world, which is in Qingdao, and that was what we were kind of chatting about with Laura, the studio she just visited. It was a tremendous experience, once in a lifetime kind of experience. You never get to build another studio in the world, probably at least not in my lifetime, I think. It was a great experience, and I finished with Wanda around 2017 and moved back to LA and basically have been kind of involved in different other consulting projects so far. Thank you. So I guess to start off with, we'll go down kind of the panel and see what everybody thinks. The last couple of years, U.S. and China relationships has been very tumultuous, to say the least. We had, the drop in investment from China from 46 billion to 2018 to 5 billion, an 88% drop. There was the tax scandal, which kind of like blew up. If some of you have heard it, Fan Bingbing, and is one of the most famous person that got detained, I guess. There's of course, our famous trade war, that our president have launched between us and China. There was the Huawei incident where they started, when the CFO of Huawei was arrested in Canada and detained. And a lot of people were worried about, wow, I thought we just had a fire. You never know. This is fire season, I guess. Yeah. So people were very concerned about, going to China, working in China, because of the whole tit for tat kind of games that the governments play. A friend of mine who has been in the real estate business in Beijing have been posting a lot of vacant expat dwellings in Beijing. So it tells me that people are also exiting it out. So I just want our panel to kind of give their perspective in their own area and see how has it affected them? How has it involved them? Are there crises? Are there problems it has created? Are there good sides of it? So anyway, we'll start from Larry, going down.
Sure. Well, the main thing that's kind of affected us has been the trade war. It used to be, in our relationships with most of the Chinese companies we deal with, everybody would say, well, we may not agree with, your presidents, but at least we knew they were coming from a point of sanity. They said, now with this guy, we have no way of predicting what he's going to do in the morning. And, he could wake up and tweet something about President Xi's wife, and she'll ban everything American for the next 10 years. So really what that has done is put a tremendous amount of risk into the equation. So jointly, we've decided that all new projects should just be put on pause and just wait till this thing play. It's bigger than us, so it's going to play out however it plays out. So the things that we've had going before continue to go, and they continue to do fine. But all the new projects that were so closely tied to China, either by financing or in China for China, we've put on hold. So,
from the legal perspective, from being a lawyer and working in China and in the U.S. as well, I can say, of course, in the old days, 5 or 6 years ago, a lot of deals happening, right? China investing a lot in the U.S. But now, of course, I read in the trades these days where you hear about, China's changed and, not doing those kind of silly, or unfavorable, say, financing deals and other things. I say, are they talking about me, like my deals? And I guess it's true in those days where those kind of deals happened and now they don't. And I will say it's true from my perspective, deals like, those slave financing deals or other larger investment kind of deals in the U.S. not really happening. For the law firm perspective, though, what we do see more of from China, frankly, is litigation. I guess maybe in previous years where China and the U.S. wanted to keep a very good relationship, people would hold off and not really litigate. But now, at least my law firm is seeing a lot more deals that maybe went sour, or when China has an issue that they want to follow up on, there is litigation taking place. And same for for U.S. and China. Litigation has its own problems with enforcement and so forth. I'm just saying that area at least is something that has now taken off now that deals aren't closing as much or not as much as happening there. I guess that's kind of mainly from my perspective on the law front at least.
Thank you, Jesse. I'm kind of a simple person. I break things down, into compartments, and so I think there's really two distinct issues. One's trade war, and one is internal. In speaking about entertainment industry, and so for the trade war, which is also temporary, and temporary meaning it's either going to end, next November, or it ends 4 years from next November. And I think the key there is getting, because administrations always change, and I think it's finding an administration that can, I think, take a higher ground, longer-term view and more collaborative view in working with China. I think that's key. And I think that we've seen, from pretty much all the other administrations going back from, Nixon to Obama, and we saw a lot of, positive development between U.S. and China. And look at all the great things that these two countries have been able to do together is really phenomenal. So I think right now there's just kind of the cast of villains from either side. We got to get past that, make that go away. And again, temper it will. Meanwhile, inside China, there are serious issues with the entertainment industry in terms of cost structure, revenue structure. And when you look at the revenue models for, let's say, a film in China, it's pretty limited. It's like, I don't know what the percentage is. Maybe it's 1% of movies make a heck of a lot of money. If it's something like Wandering Earth or Nija or Dying to Survive or that bullying movie that's name I forget that's out, like this week or last week. But a lot of movies, kind of suffer, and there's not a lot of other windows of opportunity that you can really monetize, as there might be, let's say in the U.S., or on the West without theatrical. You're still okay. You have plenty of other avenues of which to monetize. Larry and I think Gary brought up some issues, in terms of what was happening from the tax side. And I think a lot of that was more behavioral in terms of, how actors, talent, CEOs of Chinese entertainment companies, how they should be acting in public. And I think that's one of the issues. The second is capital, and there's been a capital flight, out of entertainment. And the kind of the tax thing that Gary talked about, basically all the film companies had to pay a tax or pay back taxes because there's different interpretation of tax law over the last couple of years. And so there's a lack of liquidity. And so then you have certain TV shows or movies were then made, fully financed, couldn't release. that hurts companies because you've spent maybe somewhere between 3 and 700 million RMB. You can't get it back for a while, and maybe not be able to get it back in terms of the size or relationship to what you spent. And then how do you then go and spend for the next shows? And so this is something that I also think that we're towards the end of that cycle. I think there's a lot more clarity. I think one of the other issues there was a change in the board that approves what can be released. It went from one side of the government to another, and that created a lot of confusion. So I think that as we head into 2020, I think that we'll see some health return into the local Chinese entertainment community. And last, I guess, data point for that is following the stock market in China, which over the last about 18 months has been down about 5% over the last 18 months. But the entertainment industry, if you look at their stocks, they've been down about 35% in that same period of time. There are some companies whose stocks are down 70% in that period of time. So not everybody's going to survive. There was a lot of debt as well that getting that debt paid back could be a little bit tough. So these are some of the changes that are happening into the landscape there.
Yeah?
Okay, I guess I will say.
But I'm optimistic. Okay,
I
sorry.
Or at least the pain is almost over.
I will talk from the production side. For Chinese film, I think more and more the audience are more mature, more sophisticated. Now in China, good film is getting great attention, especially like now there's a small film called 年轻的你 no 少年的你 it's like a youth something a love story by a Hong Kong young director did a phenomenal box office, and what I was very surprised because the film is actually edgy, which is amazing how the thing changed. It's not like a flowery, kind of always a nicer. It's about violence in school. So that's never been addressed in China. It's amazing. I don't know how they get the censorship, but I heard it's supposed to be released in the summer, but it was postponed until after the celebration of the National Day. So it did so well. It's still going up. I mean, unbelievable. So I really feel there's a hope. The audience love good movies. I guess it doesn't matter it's an American, Chinese co-pro or Chinese local film. As long as you touch, audience heart, it's still, there's a hope for a good movie. In terms of production, I talked to many of my friends, producers. It seems like everybody's waiting. I don't know what they're waiting for. They're just like, we don't know which direction we're going to go, except everybody's looking for mainstream projects. Mainstream means any project about Chinese history, bigger event, which you can enrich the history, spread out the word about what happened in China in a very positive way. So that's what I heard. Everybody was looking for those projects. I mean, I don't mind it, to make a not commercial movie. For example, during 1950, right after the Chinese, the communists took over China, there's a army, number 18 army went into Tibet at the time, and they brought 10,000 scientists, artists into Tibet. I guess nobody really know about it. The reason I know because my dad was one of them. Well, he's a geologist, and when I was young, I didn't understand why you all, march into Tibet for what? I never get it. So now it's sort of like what I bring this up because this is sort of what I mean, the important historical event. So film about those are getting proof or getting attention. So everybody, producer, are looking for events like that. That's what I felt. But of course, on the commercial side, comedy always work, romance always work, thriller, yes or no. Depend on, not too much dark side of it, of the society, but more positive attitude
I
in
guess
terms of.
we don't need another Wolf Warrior 3, right?
Well, I heard it actually.
It's already in the road.
Yeah, that was I think they were trying to do it, but it was kind of stopped. I don't understand, why they stopped that.
We'll kind of say that genre about feeling good and almost like propagandish, pro-government kind of films, I kind of thought was more of those in the run-up to the 70th anniversary. I think there's like a new kind of new genre even. It's like, what's it called? Like main melody kind of film, right?
Right.
主旋律. Or
主旋律,
Yeah, that's kind of-
主旋律 film, yeah.
So even like an interesting, kind of a new genre even come up because
Right.
of these special kind of films that have become very popular in China just recently. But yeah.
Yes. And next year, they said there's another big celebration
That's
of
right.
the...
It's
of
the 100th year.
Yeah, the Communist Party. So it's probably even more. Anyway, so that's
Okay.
my...
So Laura,
Yeah?
What's your take?
you've forgotten the question, right?
Actually, I was looking the box office, the film Yan she just mentioned. The box office at this moment, they update every 5 minutes. And it's now from CBO, China box office, is 1.4 billion with a B, renminbi, which is translated about $2 billion US dollars, a small film. So that's how big the market can get. To get back with the panel about the question Larry just asked, I'm saying the film sector, the production has slowed down a bit, but it was kind of quite too much. For example, last year, 2018, I believe the number of a feature film produced somewhere around 900. Only, I think less than 300 get into cinema. So which present an issue because where the investor stays. If you invest a film didn't get into cinema, likely you will not recoup your investment. So this slowed down a little bit is not a bad thing. When an industry is on its growth curve, it always have ups, downs, it's normal. I see that. To me, my personal involved professional project has been okay. Luckily, we got little finance on our project. So maybe my advantage is growing up in China, although I spent some 30 years in the US, work professionally, but still in China, in the film circle, people consider me as one of us here. So, that's the last thing. Thank you.
I think, one of the things I kind of observed through all this bad news and all that, I also noticed that, China this year had a new genre, Wandering Earth, a sci-fi, which was huge. I think it's the third largest movie in China ever now. Yeah. And this is a genre that has never worked in China, and so it tells me that the audience is definitely maturing. It's starting to change. They're starting to look for more diverse products. And you also have Nisa, the animation. It's also, and it's like the second largest movie in China right now. So it tells me also the animation market is coming as well. So, you know, in those ways, it's kind of positive. I mean, from the personal side, you see Laura in China making her documentary, and another panel that had to cancel, Matthew Knowles, he's in China, I believe, working. So there are silver linings to all this as well. I believe that, you know, going back to what Jan said, that everybody's waiting, you know, and we as human beings always want to make sure that, you know, things are all lined up. But the truth is, there's no perfect moment to wait for. It's just go ahead and do it, you know. Of course, you need people like Bennett to help you finance it, but, you know, I think that I see that we probably have gone through the worst, hopefully. and I'll see it starting to boom again, and hopefully not to be as crazy as, you know, the 2016 Gold Rush kind of thing, where everything was crazy and Wanda was buying the world, you know. But I think that the entertainment industry is starting to take root and mature in China. One of the things I wanted to ask the panels was that when I was at Wanda, one of the things that we tried to develop was to make Wanda Studio, now Sunac, a kind of a way for international companies to come in and do co-production, because as you all know, China has a 34 quota limit, and the only other ways of getting your movies in there is either through the flat deals or you know, a co-production. So we wanted to make sure that, you know, all this complexity were kind of abstracted from the foreign producers, and from whether it is dealing with visas, dealing with payroll, you know, basically you just come in, you know, cut the deal, and hopefully we can smooth everything out for you. But of course, we never got to that point, sorry. It was just the whole Wanda imploding, and the business of the entertainment business kind of like gotten kind of like cold for, you know, 2018. So I wanted to see if what do the panels think about co-production, and have they ever been involved in it? Is it simple, hard, and why isn't there more co-production, I guess?
Sure. Okay, first, I'll comment on the Wanda Studio. Sorry, Gary, but I got to say it. You know, they did all this good stuff. They built an amazing studio. It was as good as any studio I've ever seen in my life. They forgot one thing. For any studio, you need workers. There should have been a training program that you couldn't get below-the-line workers to go out to the studio. You had to bring them in from Beijing. So all the savings you were having by producing in Qingdao, you lost by having to import workers from all other places. That was one of the main problems for everything we looked at in trying to bring co-production in there. And we suggested 10 times training programs to train a generation of not just, you know, film students from USC that go back there, but people who know how to do the lighting and pull the cables and do all of that stuff. You know, the other thing with Chinese cinema is they're probably a generation away from having a lot of good writing. I'm generalizing. Having writers who know how to write great stories. Even Wandering Earth, which did amazing. If you looked at it, I mean, I thought the movie was horrible, quite honestly. I thought the effects were interesting. But at the end of the day, you have a movie where everybody on Earth dies, and as a viewer, you couldn't care less. And I'm going, shouldn't they develop some of the characters that I loved, or, you know, whatever, that I felt something for? So, but when you have a system where, the government can tell all the factories, all your workers got to go see a film, you can have an effect, a dramatic effect on the box office and make something look like it was this brilliant film. And in fact, it, like I say, Wandering Earth, I didn't think was very good. But, if you tell every worker in China, you get a free ticket to go to the movies, you could manipulate those numbers. We're still confident. We've stayed in China, and despite all the problems, actually, for guys like me who choose to be indie, the problems are good because it keeps the big guys away. So, like I always say, if China was easy, Rupert Murdoch would still be there. And, it'll come back, Ben, it's right. It's a cyclical thing. All the stuff with the censorship and stuff, a lot of it just simply has to do with the fact that this is new to them. They've never had to do this kind of stuff before, and they're learning how to regulate as they go along, and it gets better every day. I mean, I've been in China for almost 9 years now. I've gotten censored once. That's because I tried to do a TV show about pet animals and stuff, and there was some obscure law about promoting vanity animals, and they wanted everybody to spend their money to feed their pig or educate their kid, not put a diamond sweater on their dog. Other than that, it's been fine. But like I say, we've had the same thing here. I hate to say that I can actually go back far enough to remember when we used to have standards and practices. I mean, there was a time in the United States that Lucy and Ricky from the Lucy Show couldn't be shown in the same bed together, even though they were married. It changes over time.
That might be more realistic.
So anyway, that's all I have to say.
Jesse? So many things in that statement. We have a whole panel just on that. But I would say on the co-productions, this goes to more to producers, I guess, than the lawyer. But I would say this also kind of leads us to the question of, are we talking about China's market internationally, or then like U.S.-China co-productions, right? Because this, for all the points that Gary mentioned before, for all those reasons, including Trump and our trade war and so forth, maybe other things too, U.S.-China co-productions really generally not really happening. And again, I think our producers can talk, or filmmakers, more to that in their personal experience. But even I hear from producers, when they try to get a U.S.-China co-production passed, it just is not right now, unfortunately. However, we are seeing other countries and China having a much more fruitful relationship now, which also, even if we hope that this trade war gets better soon for the U.S., I kind of wonder what will happen years from now. These relationships that are happening now with China and other countries, they're becoming much stronger, especially other European countries. So even if things get better in the U.S., China may have just found, well, wait a minute, we have great films and great producers in Europe and other countries, and maybe we don't even need U.S. as much as we thought we did. And I think we're hearing that from heads of Chinese companies as well, and their different comments and so forth. So that's just kind of my take on at least the co-production aspect.
Thank you, Jesse.
Sure.
Wow, there's a lot to say here. I'll do it as quickly as I can. I've never been a big co-production fan for the sake of co-productions, because most co-productions in that U.S.-China vein were usually more about making money, tapping into markets, than they were about the art itself. Playing off of Gary's earlier comment about recent successes of movies, notwithstanding Larry's astute observations, I'm always wondering if it's less about the audience and more about what the filmmakers are doing in China in terms of expanding, if it's expanding in a commercial way or expanding in an artistic way, that I think is doing well. I think Chinese audiences, especially in the first two-tier cities, are so sophisticated and so nuanced that when movies in China, really break out in a large way, if it's a Wolf Warrior or if it's, Wandering Earth, it's because they're finding audiences in the fourth tier and the fifth tier cities. I actually liked Wandering Earth, but I'm not a filmmaker, and I'm sure Larry's correct in his observations, but you can find other disasters-themed movies in the U.S. that you might hate more. I mean, it's a genre kind of thing, right? I look at, I know you mentioned Wolf Warrior earlier, and those movies to me are important. And in fact, I kind of start with Taking of Tiger Mountain as really kind of the birth of this modern day patriotic action movie. From that film to Wolf Warrior 2, which really resonated in a way, very kind of Rambo-esque, Sylvester Stallone-esque kind of quality to it, to Operation Red Sea or Operation Mekong. So we're seeing some, I think, great, trends that follow. In terms of, the comedies, have always worked well in China, but it's very local, doesn't really travel. And then you get to, I think, some interestingly themed movies, and I forget the name of the bullying movie that you referenced. Yeah. It's been #1 the last few weeks. That also ties into like A Dying to Survive, and it also ties into some really heartfelt Indian movies that have crossed over and worked really well in the China space. For animation, in addition to Ninja, there's been a lot of Japanese animated movies that have done exceedingly well, like Your Name, although I think the Your Name, that director's latest movie is not really doing that well there. But the last thing I wanted to say about content is I actually spend a lot more of our time locally on web series, content that's being made directly for either Youku, Tencent, or iQIYI. And one of the most interesting series that I see that's been happening the last year is a company called Liu Bai made a web series called Longest Day in Chang'an, which is a period piece, Tang Dynasty, but it took the essence of that Fox TV show 24 with Kiefer Sutherland and put it back in the Tang Dynasty, and it really resonates really well. So I think there's a lot of great, exciting things. My very, very last comment, sorry for being long-winded, Gary, is that to really be focused on partnerships in China, it's China industry getting through its issues today, which I do believe we're almost through. And I think as that kind of rises out, as the trade war kind of melts away, I think there'll be a lot of exciting partnerships in a much more elevated way.
Well, first of all, a friend of my producer who produced the Chinatown Detective. Oh, yeah. Yeah, #3. They shot in New York entirely. And I met him in the Shanghai Film Festival. I said, "What are you doing now?" He goes, "Oh, I'm producing a play now." And all the American co-production with China, it's all on hold. So he's not doing anything, and he was very pissed off. And so now he's producing stage play. Anyway, but
Macbeth.
No, but it's some foreign play they converted into Chinese situation. But I thought there's another way to do co-pro, which is we did it in a way. I was totally involved. It's like you submit it as a Chinese local film, and then you shoot it somewhere in America, it doesn't matter where. And then you go, okay, here's a movie, you submit it later, and they will say, oh, you got so many foreigners here, it should be a co-production. Then you can convert it later to co-production. There's a rules you can reapply to the government and say, okay, because we got more foreign for example, from Germany, that's the sci-fi I produced, and they say, okay, you need 1, 2, 3, 4 documents, then it will convert it to co-production. But of course, it makes it a lot more complicated in local film, but there's a way to do it. So I think that may be one way to do it. They don't care where the money comes from. They really don't care. So if you have the American money or somewhere else money, you can connect with a Chinese production company and say, hey, okay, let's make a movie together, but as a local film first. And then you know, wherever you shoot, they don't care. Where the money come from, they don't care. Then you get approval to shoot it, and then you submit it for approval for the distribution. At that time, you can go for co-production. That's what I experienced.
Laura, any comments? I'm sorry, we're running out of time, but
Okay, a couple small points on the co-production. One thing, they just have a new president for this co-production company. His name is Mr. Liu Chun. Good things is he has been travel back and forth from China to the U.S. on behalf of the Chinese, government. So he has a first-hand knowledge on U.S. film studios, and he is a fluent English speaker, which is, easier to communicate. So he's just new in his role, maybe 2-3 months. That's one thing. On the point of a Qingdao movie Metropolis, Larry was mentioning, there are 2 points I want to add. One is Gary, they did give the 40% incentive back. They did.
we did get that.
Yeah. They started giving that 20% from government, 20% from the studio. On the workers, below the line workers training, they also started to have a new program with the Beijing Film Academy Qingdao campus. They call it Beichuang. BFA Modern Art Academy, Beijing Film Academy Qingdao campus. So that's a thing is starting, and hopefully it will train more below the line workers, camera operators, gaffers, so forth.
Yeah,
so it takes time.
Yeah, I think you're right, Laura. If there's one thing I learned about China is that they'll eventually get there, maybe not on your timetable. so I think that's how things work in China. So I want to thank everybody, but I think that we should open this to some Q&A.
I've produced a bit in China. I did a historical documentary series on the Maritime Silk Road 3 years ago, well, 2.5 years ago, with Guangdong TV. And then last year, it was released in January here, I'm not sure when it was released in China, a series called China's Big Bay on the technological developments. And both of those were 6 episodes long, and they aired here nationally on PBS, and they aired in China on Guangdong TV, the Maritime Silk Road, and then it was released at CCTV, at least on their web, as far as I know. But at any rate, those have been quite successful, and now I'm kind of working on a couple of different projects. One, my primary job is I have a travel series called Weekend Explorer that's aired for 16 years on PBS and in a dozen foreign countries. I just shot my first Mandarin. I hired the girl that was the on-camera interpreter to be the lead host in that, and then I become the traveling partner. And we're now talking with Tencent on that. They already want to distribute it, and we're waiting to hear back because we just submitted the pilot. And another company that we work with on the Maritime Silk Road, they are going after money to do a whole series on national parks in China, because that's what I kind of specialize in. With that knowledge, are there landmines I should be looking for? Am I doing this right? Am I doing this wrong? Any suggestions?
Don't you have something?
No, without knowing the particulars of it, there are other travel series similar in China that are on the air. So you got competition, and dealing with Tencent is always interesting. Make sure the money gets to your bank account before you actually need it. We've done a lot of stuff with Tencent, and we've had that delay in money, which, because the machine is just so big now. They eventually pay, but cash flow issues are a nightmare when dealing with those guys. But China's now, it's the #1 outbound tourism country in the world. I think this year the numbers are about 110 million people will travel outside of China, and probably close to 500 million will travel inside of China. So the market is huge. The appetite for but travel-related programming is huge. So if done properly, no reason it can't work.
I think it's fantastic what you're doing, so I wanted to say, thank you for sharing that. From a financing point of view, because where I come at it, Larry, obviously from the producing side, especially for movies, it's hard to, bank distribution contracts from China because you never know if you have the ability to be released or if you have the ability to air. Things could happen that disrupt that final payment, let's say. So it becomes kind of difficult. So when we do the financing in China, we're working with local Chinese companies and we attach ourselves to their balance sheet. And that's what gives us the protection because obviously you don't really have the completion bond thing. And if somebody was really going to do that, that would be kind of, even though they're trying, when you can't really guarantee delivery, it's kind of a tough notion. The probably like the money for those shows probably aren't as big, let's say, as the web series that I described. But I think it's just phenomenal what you're doing. I just want to wish you the best of success. And last question for you. Have you read Peter Frankopan's book on the Silk Road, by any chance?
You know what? I'm about a third of the way through it. That's a big one, as you know.
Yeah,
and,
the blue one. Yeah.
Yeah. And he's got some things that I dispute. There's things that when I first pitched it, I pitched it in 2009. We didn't get the permits until 2016. And some of the things that I pitched initially were very controversial and not really believed. And then by the time we actually got the permit to film, there was enough archaeology and stuff like that that started to support that, and that continues to this day.
Send me a link. I'd love to watch it.
Oh, fantastic. I will do.
Gentleman over there? Go ahead.
Oh.
You. The guy in the purple.
So I have a question for Weiner and Kozel. So it's kind of tied into the same situation. What are the legal limitations placed on U.S.-based businesses trying to create a film enterprise in China and trying to retain ownership of that film enterprise? And I guess from the financing component, are outside financiers or capital allowed to set up and own film enterprises in China? And if not, is East West Bank the type of venue that we go to find those financiers? And the reason why I ask this question is because most of the times when US-based entrepreneurs create new tech, I'm in the film tech industry, we created an AI blockchain platform to connect all the film markets. China tends to say, this is not allowed in here, they end up making their own version. So to be able to jump the gun, to see the type of tech climate that we're in, I'm wondering, is it possible for a U.S. entity to own a film business in China, a tech enterprise in China, and the financing component for it?
Good luck with that one.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Jesse question.
Where do we begin? I'll just say, so you bring up a lot of issues there. So it's blockchain. It was, China. We have some new blockchain information out of China just recently. I don't know if you're familiar with that. We don't see suddenly, President Xi suddenly, I think last week, where China had been banned all kind of blockchain activity. Now we're for it, essentially. And even the new negative list as far as what companies can do, what foreign companies, with their investment in China, what they can do or not do. Blockchain business at least is now off that list suddenly. So there is definitely a push for that. Now, what foreign companies will be able to do as far as blockchain in China is still yet to be seen. Also, just as a review here, on that list as well, you say film enterprises. I'm not sure if you're talking about cinema chains, but now I noticed just last week, I think the list came out, or maybe a little earlier. But now foreigners can invest and own companies that will build cinemas in China. So that's no more on the negative list. So you can go ahead and do that. What has not changed, though, is that foreigners just opening up, let's say, a film production company. You can correct me if I'm wrong here, but the film production, no, that's still no. But again, there are some way around that, in the sense that you can have a partner who is Chinese, and in that certain sense, kind of potentially help to run that business. But again, on paper, it's going to be a Chinese citizen who runs that film production. So that's just sort of like a really basic overview, and then sort of details, I guess, we can kind of get into further. But maybe on the financing side, you
Well, I think the answer is pretty much the same, and Jesse, it was a great job. Thank you, Jesse. Theaters are off the list because nobody really wants to own them, right? So it's like, financial institutions, by the way, China's like, hey, even in the darkest days of the trade war, America, open your banks here because they want to deleverage. Yeah, come on, share the risk. Yes, I think for content, which is probably one of the most prohibited, and TV probably even more so in some respects than film. The smartest person I've met on that subject is a woman named Ellen Eliasov, who I'm sure all you guys know pretty well, who had opened up Warner Brothers for China, and then Warner Brothers got pissed and then left, and so she was then out of a job, and she actually helped run the Shanghai Expo, and then she went to Village Roadshow and set up Village Roadshow in China, which is now part of Perfect World. But long story short, she was always working on, hey, how as a foreigner can I do business? And she makes Chinese content movies, and everyone she does is done as a co-production, but she has Chinese partners. So this is a very long-winded way of saying is that if you want to do something in mainland China, get a mainland Chinese partner that you can partner with and learn from the mistakes of, let's say, Netflix, for example, the initial foray of Legendary, right, where they were trying to always kind of muscle their way in instead of finding a partner that can be your friend, right? So I don't know if that helps or not.
So to add on to that, is that something, as the last part of the question, is that something that East West Bank also works on in terms of investing? Do you guys only do films, or do you guys
Well,
also
we're not investors. We're a bank. We do debt, which is loans. We make loans. So for us, we're not taking any of your equity, but there has to be collateral that obviously supports that loan and demonstrates the ability to repay it back. So it's just kind of like that movie, It's a Wonderful Life. I'm like the evil Mr. Potter. You want to be George Bailey,
I think we have a question, one more question, I guess.
Jumping off kind of his question, and since the temperature of film and investors in China has kind of slowed down because of the trade wars and all of those things, what is your opinion about the tide of change for that to come back around? Are you thinking a year from now we'd be in a better place, 2 years from now? And for those of us kind of setting up our business, looking towards that future, any advice on where to be a part of that new wave?
Larry?
Sure. The trade war, as far as I see it, is kind of a lose-lose. I don't think anybody really wins in this. I think everybody needs to find out how to save face and come up with some solution. We think that probably that solution will appear by next summer. But beyond that, just in a practical doing business way, most of the Chinese companies are wary about doing things. Like Korea was a great thing, that everything from Korea was banned, and I think most of it is still banned and stuff like that. So even after the governments kind of figure this out, you're going to go through at least another year of people just sitting back and saying, hey, wait a second, this could change any minute. Let's not jump in, with both feet quite yet. So we're thinking it's probably a year and a half, 2 years away before things, for us at least, normalize.
I think I agree with Larry, but I also think the signs are there that things are starting to move forward now. But again, I think that's mostly for the local companies. And the stronger the local companies become, again, I think the better partners that they will be, for those.
Yeah.
Right? It's kind of the same thing.
Can I just add, most of our conversation has been about the film market, but as far as you mentioned, web series, other digital content, is that still kind of quiet as well, or is that still moving?
I think that Westerners misinterpret what the kind of web portal world really is in China, right? China is a closed community. It just is. And the biggest mistake Westerners make is saying, you should be like us. And that's the number one mistake. They're not. And in fact, it's like, that's like Donald Trump's argument. Sorry, I'm not trying to get political, but you should be like us. Oh, okay, great. So where's Ukraine? I'll talk to them. You know, can we get Biden, Ukraine? I'll be just like you. All right. And, okay, I can keep going with that, but this is being taped, and it's going to get, you know, probably bad. Anyway, I think that, like, not viewing China for what China is. So one of the problems with, let's say, hey, I'm going to sell my library to Tencent is, you know, I hate to use the word censorship because I think that's just an inappropriate word. You know, just like, you know, rules that we had, I forget, like from the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, up until Bud Yorkin and Norman Lear on television, right? That there is no rating system, and, you know, what's the type of content that should be shown to the masses, let's say. And that if you're letting the web companies self-police themselves and they can go buy a library, let's say they go buy the Canal Plus library, and then they're like, oh, wait, I can't really show this. Okay, I want my money back. Here you go, take your titles back, right? So it's kind of hard to take this Western thought process, stick it into China. So that's why in China my focus is much more about what's happening from local content, and it's just much harder, I think, to monetize Western content in China. It's not impossible, but it's just harder.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure.
They're friends.
See, Friends is interesting, right? Because Friends is such a great translatable show. And the humor, it's like, Seinfeld is not, because the humor is so local. And not only is it local, it's like one corner, one block, right? You can go down the street and nobody understands that kinds of humor. But Friends is something you get everywhere. Malcolm Gladwell's latest book, Talking to Strangers, Things You Should Know About the People You Don't Know, right? He actually does this thing on Friends where the facial expressions mirror what they're saying. And so that's what makes it really resonate throughout the world, because obviously comedies are hard to travel. Friends does a great job in it, and I think it just kind of hit that kind of sweet spot. Larry, any thought on that?
Yeah, no, I actually did a web series in China called Modern Life, which I was accused of ripping off Friends. Everybody said. But, you know, it was a quintessential buddy movie, that kind of thing. I actually did it for Bacardi, the liquor company, who wanted to start promoting that bartending is actually a profession. So in the show, one of the kids goes to bartender school. Of course, it's the Bacardi thing. And but in the show, he never makes a drink. But we filmed Jerry. We established him as the expert. And then we filmed him doing a 10-minute tutorial on every mixed drink imaginable. So if you go to the Bacardi website, there's Jerry from Modern Life teaching you how to make whiskey sours and margaritas and stuff like that. Unbelievably successful. And, you know, we love web stuff because you can get it on the air like really quick. That show we did for Bacardi had an audience of 54 million people, and our Chinese partners apologized for us that it was only 54 million.
See, Laura, you should be doing a Larry Namer series, you know, because he has more information than all of us combined will ever have. So it's always a pleasure to listen to you, Larry.
Any final words from our panel?
No, I think, you know, as I said before, I mean, China certainly has its difficulties in doing business. It's getting better every day. There's no question. It's becoming more mature. And, you know, the time to jump in is not when Rupert Murdoch feels it's safe. The time to jump in is now, when there's opportunities for people to come in there. And, you know, the other point is, and again, I think Bennett touched on it, is as Americans, we got really spoiled during the fall of the Soviet Union, where everybody wanted to be American, marry American, come to America, blah, blah, blah. China's not like that. People in China are really happy to be Chinese. They want to learn about us. They want to understand our habits and our customs, but they don't need to be us. They're happy to be who they are.
That is well said.
Well said. Thank
well
you.
said.
On that note,
Well,
thank you.
one
I'm
more.
sorry.
They want their kids to be like Americans.
That's probably true too. Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you, our distinguished panel. And We're done. Bye.
Thanks, Laura. Have a good night's sleep.
Thank you, Karen.
Go to bed.
Thanks,
My
Laura.
goodness.
Good night, Laura. Go to sleep now. Hey, Jesse, great to see you.
I
Checking my phone and stuff, but I like your hat. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that was great. Thanks.
Oh, there you go. I'll cheat and look over your shoulder.
Wow, you don't do
I mean,
this.
there's so many of us, we're not getting it very far. Yeah, we could be here for an hour talking about that. That would be fine.
No, we're talking with
Jimmy. He's talking to Jimmy.
He's not coming. Oh, he's not coming. Should we move down?
Oh,
one?
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
We're minus one. Yeah, we're gonna move over.
There's not a pocket with mine.
No, you can talk about it.
You can write your name on the other side of it.
Yeah, of course you can.
You're good.
We're recording, so.
Yeah, I'll spill the beans about what.
It's just a matter of time.
Nice to meet you too. How's it going?
The Holometric Theater.
Yeah, I'm
We
here in Playa
finally
Vista.
have it.
Yeah.
It's just down south. Okay. Far south. Okay. Costa Mesa south. Wow. Okay. But yeah, no more questions.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. Yeah, we're
Sure.
building it.
Sounds good.
Sound bites.
Yeah.
What do you think? How many weeks?
To bring it to LA?
I don't know.
In reality,
We'll know
I
Friday.
think probably 6 more weeks.
I've been on the
At least 6 more weeks.
Next year.
So beginning of the next year.
Yeah, next year.
Yeah, that's safe to say. Yeah.
Who's doing the content? Is it domain or?
It's 6 staff.
All right, guys.
Yeah, I was up in Stanford last year, so I
Panelists.
didn't do it last year, but like, I was there.
Panelists, we're going to get started, guys, because we have a short period of time. So, and we have a lot of ground to cover, So, first of all, welcome. Welcome to what we call the Immersive Media Think Tank, where we try to figure out what immersive is, because then that's going to be, I think, an area of interesting discussion that we had just pre-panel. And we'll talk about some of the realities that we see today, both from some mind-blowing things, perhaps challenging your expectations of what's already in the marketplace and possible today, but also from a commercial standpoint of some examples of what is monetizing effectively, and then pointing the way to where the space is going, because again, the point here is not to state the obvious, but it's to give you real examples of things that may challenge your own beliefs of what immersive is and where it's all going. So we have a great panel of people who are involved in all aspects of the business. Since it is a think tank, as I told them beforehand, there are few rules to this panel. Don't want it to be too regimented. I want to give them a chance as creators and enablers and extenders of our experiences to talk about it a little bit. And then we'll do some quick introductions, keep them brief, and then we'll have the discussion. And then at the end, if there's time, we'll try to save 5 minutes or so we can have some Q&A. Okay? So with that, I'll just briefly describe who I am. So my name is Peter Chadi. I'm chairman of my own firm, which is Creative Media. I've been in the media, entertainment, and tech space for a long time, 30 years, wearing just about whatever hat you can imagine, including being a serial entrepreneur. Now I am involved in investments, advising, M&A, and essentially things that are interesting to me intellectually. Those are the kinds of companies and technologies I'd like to get involved with. And so I'm working with a few immersive companies right now in a broad sense, and I'll get into that a little bit during the panel. But it's an area that I believe very strongly about, and so with that, I'll turn it over. Julian, why don't you take it from here, brief introduction, and then we'll just go down the panel.
Hello guys, my name is Julian Sarmiento, and I am the Chief Creative of Iconic Engine, and the focus for Iconic Engine is mostly around out-of-home immersive entertainment.
Oh, that was really quick. All right. Hi, I'm Phil Lelyveld. I work at the USC Entertainment Technology Center. I'm currently in the middle of our second Immersive Media Challenge, and in a nutshell, the challenge is what would you like to create in 3 to 5 years that you can't easily create now? What needs to happen to make it possible, and why are your assumptions reasonable. So I got 26 student responses, and the responses have to be a 3-minute video describing your idea. And we're currently funding pre-visualization of 4 of them. It's our second time, and we're about to launch the 3rd challenge.
By the way, just quick question on that. Can we see any of those
Oh yeah,
videos?
they're all online on our website.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Diego Priluski. I'm the head of Intel Studios. Intel Studios founded 3 years ago. We have a large volumetric capture stage, and we're producing content for immersive media, AR, VR, and all the interactive spectrum.
Hi, I'm Laura Hertzfeld. I'm the director of the XR News Partnership Program at Yahoo News and Verizon Media Group. And we are looking to bring more immersive storytelling distribution across the journalism space. So working with our partners, USA Today, Time Magazine, AP and Reuters, a whole bunch of others, as well as our internal partners like Huffington Post and Yahoo Sports, Finance News, all those kind of things to kind of figure out how we can grow the number of people who are able to see this kind of content and make some really interesting stuff. And I just got there, I've been there about 6 months, and before then I was a Knight Fellow at Stanford this past year researching the intersection of immersive storytelling, art, and journalism. So.
Hi, everyone. My name is Christina Lee Storm. I am over at DreamWorks Animation as Vice President of Emerging Technology and Strategy. So I head up the Advanced Creative Technology team. And our mission is to advance DreamWorks IP into new, immersive, emerging creative content on all platforms. So that we work in AR, VR, real-time, virtual production, as well as motion capture and performance animation. And my team, we basically run projects in those areas. Currently, we have four projects going, 3 projects currently, and then another one starting up in the beginning of next year. So it's pretty busy for us.
Great. All right. Thanks, everybody. By the way, the crispness of their answers belies the deep experience. This is a great panel. Like what you have here is deep expertise. So before we get into the main discussion, there's all these terms that are kind of flung around: VR, AR, XR, MR, immersive. So who wants to tackle just a really quick definition of those terms, and then we'll get into just another quick discussion of immersive, what that means. But anybody want to just do a quick soundbite?
I give it a try, at least from a perspective. We were talking about AR, everything that basically augments the reality. So there's always a reality that needs to be augmented. What is that type of content? And I think we're leaving it there in terms of how far can it be. And there's many interpretations on what is augmenting the reality, right? But everything will fall into that spectrum. And VR, I think we're kind of following the same lexicon of words, which is any kind of a reality that is virtual, right? Just expecting anything that exists inside you, that you're inside, which is not the real reality, but it's something virtual, it will fall on there. And I think that, what do you do on that? Yeah.
I would say also on augmented reality, you're still going to see the environment that you're in. So if I am engaging in AR through glass or my phone, I'm still going to see all of you in the environment. And then I think with virtual reality for us, you're sort of locked into a enclosed virtual space that you don't see external environments.
And then
that's what we say today.
And then mixed reality.
That's something on the middle.
Okay.
It's a mixed.
I kind of like to I kind of like to say anything that, like, MR, XR, AR, whatever you want to use, kind of interchangeable at this point, but I like to say it's anything that, yay.
She has a name.
I like to say it's anything that bridges your online world and your offline world, and keep it as simple as that. So.
Well, if I can just add, the more senses you engage, that makes it hard to distinguish between what is real and what is being digitally put before you, the more effective it is immersive. MR, XR, VR. They're all marketing terms. We have no idea where this is going to end up because I would never have predicted that the term movies would have lasted. But we call them movies, which is a stupid word. So we'll see where this goes.
Well, and then, not to belabor this, but Julian, when we were walking over here, said something interesting about augmented reality. So just like 30 seconds, what you were
Yeah, I mean,
telling
it's
me.
kind of interesting because I look at augmented reality just a bit different. Long time ago, somebody asked me, what is the best augmented reality app that you have seen? And right away, I was like, I think Waze or Yelp is probably the best augmented reality app out there. Because at the end of the day, what is augmented reality, right? It's augmenting our reality, augmenting what we have access to within our limitations. So I think Waze is one of those things that allows me to look into the future in a way. It allows me to look at, okay, there's traffic coming up. There's something that is happening out there that because of my limitations as a human, I don't have access to. So anyways, in Yelp, it's almost like the same thing. Like I get to know about a restaurant before I get to it. So anyways, that's just sort of my take on how I see augmented reality.
And the point being is that I think that we have these expectations of what certain terms mean, and they're not black and white. You know, there's a lot of gray in this. And so immersive, too, when we're talking about immersive, we typically, and even the title of this panel is VR, AR, MR, things like that. But I'll give a quick example of, like, I think of immersive technology as a 360-degree dome experience. That's projections can be an immersive experience. One quick plug for something I'm not involved in at all, but if you want your heads to explode, go downtown to the Arts District and check out Wolf and the Wonder Show or Cages by Wolf and the Wonder Show, which is amazing, and that's, I would say, is immersive in a very different way that's not VR, AR. But with that, so let's get into the meat of the discussion where immersive of the day, let's talk about storytelling and some examples. Each of you give an example of immersive, no matter how you define it, that you think is breaking new ground or really exciting, and I'll leave it open-ended. And so whoever wants to start, it doesn't have to go one by the other, so.
I can start, and
Okay.
I will touch on the augmented reality and a bit on content as more the visual. I think there is our reality that is augmented, yes, and it's we're augmented humans. Inside the media, we're really looking into the visual aspect of that little window of augmented. We did a project, Greece, if you haven't seen, it's a multi-tab user experience. We can connect to 6 to 7, 8 tablet users that can basically experience the same content at the same time. It's a 3.5 minute content. And what we discovered in the way is that we started having this augmented reality, what we call, because it was kind of on a tabletop, but we had a lot of sets and a lot of information around it. So much information that we actually were covering that view through. So you didn't saw anymore any reality, right? And it didn't work. It became very quickly something totally else. It became very much a video game. And for us, this was a step back saying, okay, so what is the reality that we need to augment, right? So that was the question that we're asking, understanding that this for the augmented reality to work, we need to refer to the both sides and see how they work together to create content. The experience of multi-user was also very good, especially in augmented reality where people can see each other and also can share that virtual space that exists between them. We had families playing together, and I think that's a good medium that started to be for kind of short stories where you're concentrated. We're looking into taking this more into the personal space or home space, but we can have the discussion in terms of what is the infrastructure and challenges that we have thing. But that was an interesting project that we're seeing a lot of more engagement into that type of interaction.
I can share about 2 location-based entertainment projects that we worked on for our franchise, How to Train Your Dragon. The first was we used a virtual reality, a VR motion chair called the Positron chair. And how many of you, like way back in the day, or maybe you watched in reruns, saw Mork and Mindy? So there's an egg, and, you know, he comes out of this egg. Imagine you're sitting in sort of like an egg-like thing with like really cool red velvet. So that's the Positron chair. The reason why the chair is really important and interesting is because the way it pivots, it will be circular, and then it can pitch back and forth. That movement actually will help in preventing nausea or the movement that happens within the experience. So this was a virtual reality experience, and we had a partnership with Walmart's VR company that they acquired called Spatial Land. And we also were partnered with Intel and HP. And so it was a 4.5-minute experience where you could sit in a positron chair and fly through the hidden world. So the hidden world was a new world where all the dragons lived in our third and final movie for How to Train Your Dragon. At the same time, we had leap motion triggered so that you could see your hands, but there wasn't anything physical that you could actually feel. But what was interesting as we did sort of interviews, exit interviews to kids and parents, they said, "Oh, how did it feel when you touched the dragon or you connected with the dragon?" And they're like, "It was awesome. It was so great. I got to bond with the dragon." And for us from DreamWorks as storytellers, we wanted the audience to bond with the dragon. That was one of our key things that we wanted the audience to experience. And at the end, you could there was tracking, and you could feel like you could touch the dragon. There's nothing they're touching air. But what was interesting was in the brains of all of these audience members, they felt that they were touching the dragon. And then we had this other tracking where you kind of tickle the little baby dragons. So that was one location-based experience that we did. The second one was another one. So how many of you ever done indoor skydiving? Indoor skydiving, there's a place called iFly that's over at Universal City Walk. It was a partnership with them. Usually it's a simulation of you can skydive 90 miles per hour. And what they did was a few years ago, they added in VR. So you could watch 360 live video like you're skydiving off of a plane over over the island of Kauai. And when How to Train Your Dragon came up, they were like, well, it would be really cool if we can incorporate flying. So what we did was, this was their very first all full CG project. All of their other projects were live 360 VR. And so we built, basically our team kind of created a short story of a beginning, middle, end, where you get to choose, you want to fly with Hiccup, who's the main lead character, or Astrid, she's the other main lead character. And then the second act is we're going to race. So, base jump off of Burke. So you basically base jump, and you're flying through Burke. And then the third act is basically who won. And what was neat about what we did with that experience was we did do location scouting in VR with the skydivers. So they helped us pick, here's the best places to jump off of. And then where do we want to place rocks, giant boulders. How do we want to turn? We should turn here. We should add birds obstructing your race. So that went out to a lot of different locations of iFly. A lot of people got to experience it. The last time I experienced it in the wind tunnel, I've seen this lots of times, and I'm flying. So it was really cool because last Friday we won best location-based experience at the Infinity Festival, which was really cool. So
cool. By the way, one other thing about that too is that I haven't experienced it, but with iFly, if you're doing that, you're skydiving, but you're not actually skydiving, but your mind is feeling like you're skydiving. That's another application of VR, of course. It's addressing phobias like that. So for me, since I haven't skydived, I'm going to go there. Okay.
Can I do one?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So I see lots of technology and lots of demos, and every 6 or 8 months I see something that marries technology and art in a way that I'm just blown away, that's just magical. And one that you can experience because it's on consumer headsets, which I saw maybe a month and a half ago, is called Gloomy Eyes. I don't know, has anyone here seen Gloomy Eyes? it was just this amazing marriage of storytelling. It's a virtual reality experience, but it's like a stop-action animation movie that takes place all around you, and the set changes and you rotate, and it's slow, but it's extremely detailed, so you can look at the sets as the characters are talking. It's narrated by Colin Farrell, and it's just beautiful.
I'm going to go a little against the grain, and actually for me one of the most exciting AR apps in the past maybe 7 years. So actually I'm going way back when. It was actually an app called Zombie Run. Basically it was an audio AR app and uses geofencing and geolocation to trigger audio clips as you walk in the real world. And it was such an interesting application because that was one of the first things that sort of educated me about challenging what we all, because we tend to be very repetitive, you know, let's not drink our Kool-Aid and say we don't do that. We tend to be very repetitive. We tend to see what succeeds with one IP and then we try to clone it. You know, we saw that a lot with Pokemon. Right? Once Pokemon became successful, everybody else tried to clone it. Obviously, we all know why Pokemon was so successful beyond the IP. But that one was an interesting IP because basically all it was audio. It was using geofencing and geolocation, which is technology that has been around for a very long time. Let's call it just GPS. And it was fully immersive. As you were walking around the streets, it would tell you like somebody's coming behind you and run faster, and then you hear sounds coming all around you. And you were wearing these headphones.
And then you get hit by a car.
And you get hit by a car. But the funny thing about it is then it actually did two things. One of them, it allows you to be in a different type of storytelling, which is very unique on itself. And the second thing, it works out really well as a workout app.
There you go. Can I jump in?
Yeah, Laura.
Yeah, sure. So I'm going to talk about a couple of projects that we launched really recently. Two of them came out this week on Yahoo News. And the things we're trying to solve for are really distribution. Right now in the news space, everything kind of requires an extra AR app to download. And so how could we integrate these AR and immersive experiences into the Yahoo News app? And right now it's only on iOS, but next iteration, we're very close to releasing on Android and a web AR version as well. So kind of testing it out to see how our users respond here, but very, very soon in a lot of places. And, you know, we're really lucky because Verizon Media Group has Riot Studios as our in-house production partner for this stuff. But, you know, when we were setting out to say which types of experiences work in news, we kind of had a big brainstorm and obviously thinking about like big tentpole news events. But one of the things that we felt really strongly about recently was the California wildfires and how, you know, it's an experience that if you don't live here, I don't think you really understand how close that stuff is and how real it is. So we really wanted to figure out how we could bring our users into that story. So we focused on the anniversary of the Paradise Fire, but also kind of made it a much broader thing where, you know, obviously these things are happening now. Nobody wants to just sort of think about something that happened a year ago and how this town is rebuilding when other things are, you know, burning. But we went up to Paradise, and this was really an experiment in like how can you kind of cover things in the field and create something in AR quickly and turn it around. So we went up to Paradise. We met a family who are rebuilding their house in Paradise. It had been completely burned to the ground, and they have the structure of it there now. So we did a 3D photogrammetry model of the house that they're rebuilding, and then interspersed kind of historic family photos. They've been in this town a really long time. They have a lot of ties to the community. So we kind of did, it's almost like an immersive audio slideshow because you're really taken through this family's experience. And to me, it was very much like, the stories are about people. Like your AR experience is only as strong as the story that you're telling. And so it's pretty cool. I encourage you to check it out. We also packaged it with a lot of reporting in this space that McClatchy is doing with the Sacramento Bee. And they had done a lot of drone footage, drone photogrammetry of some spaces up in Paradise. And the way I look at that stuff, I really see kind of two things. I think there's opportunities for big tentpole stories, kind of like the bigger Paradise piece that we did. But then the next generation of the multimedia editor at a newsroom is going to be doing these smaller scale 3D animations, 3D photogrammetry versions, and really quickly incorporating them into stories. Like the New York Times is doing this really well with like the Inner Scroll stuff that they did with David Bowie and a few other things. And I just think that's getting cheaper and easier and more accessible. So.
Excellent. And one point on like this citizen journalism stuff, or just journalism in general. When you're doing the Paradise Fires and you're getting people who are engaged in a different way rather than just reading the words on the page, they really feel, and it's the empathy that comes from that, and also the mobilization that can come from actually now they're emotionally attached to that story and they will take action in a way that is otherwise not possible. And there's some really interesting experiences out there, like one of the seminal ones, Clouds Over Sidra, like that one, and the one that was at in the Del Toro, and it was about the immigration. That was really interesting. And then I mentioned Wolf and the Wonder Shop. I'll say one because I want to describe it a little bit more. It's not like these. It's not VR, it's AR. I would consider it immersive out-of-home entertainment. And the best way to think about it is that it's kind of a combination of Les Mis meets Kanye West meets cinema meets Sleep No More, and meets like holographic things. So it's a combination of everything, but it's something that is really worth checking out, and it's downtown LA, just opened up, and it's nowhere else, but it's really breaking new ground, so I think that's fascinating. Let's get into now brands, and so storytelling in a different way, because the brands need to tell stories and engage an audience. So if we could just, once again, give some specific examples, keep it short, about, I guess first, how brands should think about this opportunity and whether it's here, now, can be impactful, and then maybe give an example of something that has been successful in the way that they defined it themselves. So who wants to start that one out? Julian?
We actually created something. Actually, there was I believe it was one of the first with Red Bull actually. And I'm looking at you, Mr. Pattison, the guy behind it. We actually worked with Red Bull, and this collaborate. So this is what we ended up doing. They had this competition where people are jumping their bikes down the hill, and it's really crazy and gnarly. And what we actually ended up doing, we actually ended up merging multiple technologies. First of all, we were able to volumetrically scan the whole entire mountain. And after doing that, we were able to create an AR app. And after we created the AR app, we were actually able to put hotspots within the AR app that allows you to teleport to those locations through VR. So the funny thing about this whole entire thing, even though it seems sort of like pieced together, everything was so cohesive. Then people responded really well to that specific app. And I believe it's the most downloaded app ever. Would you mind adding more?
Number one digital activation we've ever had.
The biggest digital activation, yeah. And I think the main reason behind that is because it was the right audience. It was the right audience, and it was the right people. We were know your audience. You know, that's the thing coming from the agency space. It's always like know your audience, know your audience, know your audience. That's the equivalent of location, right? And with Red Bull and this, it was the right audience. It was the right demographic. And it was also, the brand itself wasn't just letting us do all the work. They were also pushing it themselves, which helped as well. You know,
what were they what was Red Bull trying to accomplish? Like, what was the performance metric that they had hoped to see? So the KPI of success?
I mean, for them, it's really simple. For them, it's really, there's two things, awareness and downloads. That's really what it comes down to. And we were able to achieve both, right? The most downloaded app, you know, and then after that, obviously, it was all over the press. So that was a win-win situation with them. But once again, it was really just about knowing the audience. I'm not sure if that experience of that app would have worked for anybody else or a different brand, but that was the right app for the brand, for the audience.
And Red Bull's an interesting company because it's really a state of mind, right? Yeah, so it's a state of mind, and so you're creating content for content's sake too, because it's part of the brand.
15,000 downloads the first half hour.
Yeah.
Yep. And so it was just, it was incorporating all the media that we know, AR, VR, MR, 360, live 360.
Oh, it was live. It was
Yeah,
live. Everything was happening live, streamed in real time.
Portals.
Yeah, all the portals. Yeah, AR, VR, real time. Why everything was being broadcast live in streaming in live TV.
Yeah,
that's cool.
So we had the broadcast built into it, so if you tune into it, the mountain drops from the table, you can rotate it. And
Yeah.
then we can put the riders' lines in it, you can see where the riders are going.
Can you, hopefully you can hear that. No, join us. Philip, how about you?
Oh, I just want to throw out, because that's, the specific question isn't my area, but I've got a coworker who, Eve Berquist, who is an AI expert who's working on story graphics, which is, you had demographics, psychographics. Story graphics looks at affinities of people who like the same type of story, and he's linking that to all types of content on a frame-by-frame basis, balancing that against what's happening in society, the weather, the traffic, that sort of thing, and trying to see relationships. But so that's research we're getting into.
I can share on brands a bit some trend that we're seeing. We're doing some commercial work in terms of advertisement and commercials to promote different brands. Most of the trend that we're seeing now is less app distribution and more local-based augmentation of VR or AR experiences. So if a brand is going to be putting a display show or doing some kind of an opening, they will be looking today more for this type of AR, VR content that can augment the space and bring more motivation and excitement to visit these spaces. We did one for a telecom company where we reproduced few key moments, plays from the NFL in volumetric video. And then in this location, the people that came can revisit that in three-dimensional space and navigate through it and kind of make their call. It was a very good activation and on that aspect, and I think it's more obviously relates to the challenges that there are in terms of distribution of this more augmented content today everywhere. But I think it relates a bit in terms of looking at the revenue or the impact that you can make with these experiences. We're seeing a lot of value on the local-based kind of experience.
Can you touch upon that a little bit? Because I was just going to ask you that it sounds exciting, but what is the brand trying to accomplish, and how do they link success with that in driving revenues?
I mean, as any brand, as any advertisement, you want to bring awareness and throughput through a location. I think you want people to come to the space and take with them something that will remind, and they will want to tell about it or talk about it. And today, I guess that spotlights are not enough. There's something more needs to happen on the space, or people will go and either share it socially or take it with them and talk about it. And at the end, that's kind of the brand that you will bring in terms of that activation.
Yeah. And that was something we were touching upon a little bit before the panel too. So the out-of-home experience and that kind of immersive too. So everybody is increasingly heads down on this. It's this almost like a counter reaction. People going out, coming up with experiences that you haven't had before, so they're memorable. They're memorable, they're shareable, and that's a big part of what's going on in the overall space. And we're touching upon just some examples of that, but it's exciting.
Oh, sure. So I guess, you had asked at the beginning of that question, when is it worth it for, to create something for a brand? And I feel like the Red Bull example is great because I think the audience for Red Bull is really ripe for that kind of experience. They're pretty tech savvy and young and all of that kind of stuff. In a previous life, I worked with a lot of beauty YouTube influencers, and the stuff that YouTube is doing in AR, overlaying some of those experiences and being able to connect to brands, how you can, buy this lipstick, when, all that kind of stuff, I think is really great, and obviously speaks to an audience that is shopping all the time, is really interested in this stuff. It's very useful for them. It's second nature for them to be on YouTube and using these new types of technology. So I just always want to keep that stuff in mind.
We have a project, can't really talk about too much, but I can tell you it's tied with our Trolls World Tour project. That's a movie that's coming out in spring. But it is tied with a brand. And so what's exciting on that side is that we are finding brands that make sense to our characters, our IP. And I think what I could say is
But is that unique to the immersive space?
Yeah, it will. It is AR related, so it's tied with a brand, and then it's like unlocked, and then there's a tie-in with our characters. So I would say, to be honest, on the brand side, really excites you. I think to be honest, we're yet to see that. Like, I think there's so many potentials in this space where it's a bit more seamless. It's not too clunky. Like, the makeup stuff, there's stuff that's coming out that's out on Facebook, and it's kind of good. It's like still a little bit clunky, but I think that the seamlessness, and that's just in general with brands and whatever that intellectual property is, I think that's where that's the new space that we want to be in, where it's like, it's not, the audience doesn't feel like the brand is infringing on their viewing or their storytelling.
There has been two recent collaborations that I think have been quite successful. And the first one is Porsche collaborating with ILM and Star Wars. I think that's it's such a on-point collaboration that it just makes sense because both companies, obviously they have a very interesting demographics, and the other one is Louis Vuitton collaborating with Fortnite, and most recently with, what was the Riot Games game, the tournament? League of Legends. There you go. But anyways, I think the future is also in collaboration stuff. I think if you have the power to actually connect the dots, I think there's a lot of opportunities on the table for brands, and I think brands are open to that nowadays.
And also the global aspect of it too, the borderless society and all that, and some of these experiences perhaps are a little bit less language or more language agnostic in a sense, potentially.
Yeah.
Okay, so when we talk about any of these opportunities, and I'll say it in a broad sense, do you believe, and you in a broad sense, that there are specific things that are holding you back from realizing the vision that you have for immersive?
Budgets?
Or, well, just with this, what is holding, let's start with the industry itself, because a generality out there is that virtual reality would be much bigger than it is today. So a couple years back, there was great excitement in the venture capital community about investing in the VR space. And it's not like 3D TV, where 3D TV kind of came and crashed and burned. Things are just going more slowly. So what is holding that back? Let's start with VR, and then we'll
I think it's adoption. So it's the adoption of the headsets to market. Right now, like the early adopters are the ones that have it. And what's great, I am excited, and I usually end up talking about it, is the Oculus Quest. So the Oculus Quest is standalone, and it's so easy to use. Like, it's amazing. You just put it on, and it's not like you have to plug it into a computer. You have your hand consoles, and then you just basically form your guardian where you are going to be, and it's so easy. So I'm hearing stories from folks like, I just got my Quest. I'm like watching Netflix. I mean, they're watching Netflix in it, or they're addicted to Beat Saber. And I think the Quest, I think that's things like that where you make it easier, you make it affordable, you put great content on it, the Vader Immortals on it, and a lot of other content's coming out. And that, to me, is what helps to feed the marketplace. And for us, it's like more that there's a marketplace, there's more of a business model, there's more input into it. And so I think there's an audience part to it, but then there's always as artists, we are always going to have way more of an appetite to want to do certain things than maybe the tech can do. And that's just part of the rub between art and tech.
Christina, and I do agree with you. I think the Quest is a beautiful device, but one of the things that I feel like is holding us back is still content. It's funny because every time we talk about the Quest, it's funny, you actually like Beat Saber, because it's technically the only thing on the Quest.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You buy your Quest and it's kind of like 2 or 3 apps in it, you know? Honestly, even after all these years and we've been saying content is king, I don't think anybody's listening because there hasn't been any content. And you go to these libraries, you know, I was really excited when I got my Quest as well, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm gonna just burn money now. There was nothing to burn money on. I was just going through the thing. I'm like, okay, that's free. That's YouTube. Okay, that's this and that. Netflix, I'm already paying for it. So what I'm using my money here for?
So,
and I think, content is just a.
All right, I want to change it. Not content, experiences.
Yeah.
Content is one type of experience. Virtual reality meetup groups are growing right now. So you got to get your mind away from the Rick and Morty, everybody strap a box on your face. It's not about the hardware, because I'm starting to see VR glasses that look like sunglasses. They're coming along, or have a pixel-based occlusion, so you can have AR glasses that make virtual things look really good. It's really about creating appropriate experiences for the market and getting the equipment that delivers that's right for you. Like, I personally am a huge fan of the Bose sunglasses, which are only audio. They're not visual, but you can walk around the city. It'll tell you where to walk to get to your destination. It'll play your music. It's like earbuds, but they look like sunglasses. Similarly, the North glasses, which only have images in one eye, and it's just one color, but it does a function really well. And that might be where the market's going to be. It'll be fragmented until we come up with that killer piece of hardware that everybody decides to buy, like Apple earbuds. And then the market will become a mass market. But right now, it's like B2B, and it's specialized applications. But it's about the experience. It's not about the hardware or the software.
So on the experience side, do you think that there's anything about the fact that there's perhaps more of a need for communal aspects or communal experiences when we're talking about VR? So one of the things that may be holding it back is that it's solitary in some way?
Well, it's not really solitary if you go into a VR meetup.
Yeah.
But
That's communal.
But it's also, don't think it has stopped and now we have to make it work. It's evolving rapidly. People are working on the sensors inside the glasses that will allow you to create an avatar of yourself that the other person sees your whole face, not your glasses, and things like that.
But
it's evolving.
The communal aspect of it, I think, is up for interpretation, because if anything, I will say watching TV used to be more communal than it is nowadays. We used to sit in a living room and watch a movie, you know, the whole family. This is how we watch movies now, right? In bed with our phones in front of. So what exactly defines a communal experience? So I still don't know whether the whole VR thing has to be communal or it can be just individual, because technically a lot of the stuff that we're doing is more narrow than it used to be, right? People are not going to the movies anymore. People are not watching TV in their living rooms anymore. I mean, the biggest thing nowadays is then, multiple studies have come out and people are watching TV in their living room, but they're holding their phone in front of their faces. So.
And just very quickly, VR is an end member of the continuum. VR is 100% isolation. It goes all the way over to just slight augmentation to clear, here's the real world.
Okay, so I'm going to have to, we could talk about this. One thing, I want to throw out one company. I think Red Pill VR is doing interesting things in the VR space where you have a DJ who's actually DJing. It can be, and they're interacting with the crowd, and you're able to participate as in avatar form and bring your friends into the environment. It's pretty mind-blowing too. So that's one to check out, Red Pill VR. We have to go pretty rapid fire. Let's talk about 5G for a second and how that's going to impact immersive. So just really quick, does anybody?
That's my question, Jada, all of the Verizon. So, look, I mean, I think obviously we know everything is going to be faster. It's going to be, I think, live streaming in all of these spaces is probably the biggest and first thing that's going to happen. But the reason that Yahoo and Verizon Media Group are making content in this way is to see what works best for 5G. We're really, bullish on it. Obviously, it's coming soon. It's not coming immediately, but, in the next couple of years, it will be everywhere, I think. And, it kind of offers a lot of different things. I personally think it offers a lot in the reporting space. There's a demo at our 5G lab in New York where it's looking at traffic patterns and being able to predict, like when a bike is coming down, how many bikes are coming versus how many cars versus how many taxis, and being able to sort of parse out traffic patterns and make things safer in that way. So I think there's just so many applications from that to just scanning things at the supermarket, what has allergens in it, just being able to hold your phone up and see things very quickly. So there's a lot of different applications for it, kind of more than we're able to know what they are right now. But it is like that transition from when you had to wait for your video to buffer, and we all got used to that, and then now it's like you expect it to be there immediately, and it's going to be probably more than 10 times faster than that. So
Okay,
yeah.
now, and lightning round. So we're not talking about next year. Let's go way out. In 10 years, what do you see as the possibility in immersive? Who wants to touch that? Well, yes, Minority Report, or is that too obvious?
I don't think it will be much. I'll tell you, I don't think it will be much different from what we're talking today in terms of VR, AR. Those are new mediums that are really at the beginning, and this is what we're discussing. And in 30 years, they will be very mature to the aspect that you will not feel that this is something that you're making an effort to consume, but it's really just a commodity. I think, and this is where we're looking.
But the devices will change
The devices will
significantly.
change as you used to have, a big phone, and now you have a small phone, and then from a phone went to a bigger phone. You remember when like whoop 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 whoop, things change and adapt. And in 10 years, I think we're going to benefit a lot from what we're developing today. Yeah.
Philip, what are you saying?
So I'll say 10 years and probably 5 years.
Okay.
Anything on your body is going to be very lightweight because all processing will be done in the cloud. You'll have persistent coverage all over the globe, including the middle of the Mojave Desert. And the whole concept of personal data and privacy will be totally redefined, and most people won't care.
Okay.
That's sad. That is sad. We won't get, that's a different panel. I would say, as humans, we still want to be a part of a story. We want to hear stories and watch them, and so that won't go away. I think.
And share together.
Yeah, that's the human condition.
Yeah.
It's just we want to be able to do that with each other, and so I think that what I hope for is not that there's I don't believe there's a replacement. I think these are just additional options for us and things that hopefully make our lives better. Like the Yelp and Waze, I use those apps all the time. But I think that it's not a necessary replacement. It is a augmented piece of content that will enhance things. I think for us, we're always as humans going to want to try and figure things out, problem solve things in a way, make it better, and we'll probably go back to the drawing board as basics. To be honest, is there something compelling to us in terms of story?
So I'm going to start with you since you just finished up, and then we'll go down this way. For the benefit of the audience so they can check them out, one company that you believe is in this overall space that is under the radar, but that is worth elevating. Or somebody else want to start while she's thinking?
Okay, I can say something because our center doesn't endorse any company or product or technology, but you're about to see a whole bunch of conferences on virtual beings, and companies like Arty and Fable Studios and others working in that space are going to be very active and the whole idea of virtual beings is going to accelerate as 5G rolls out.
He called out the company I would talk about, it's Fable. Yeah.
Fable.
Yeah, Wolves on the Walls.
It's a great piece of content.
Okay.
Wolves in the Walls.
I'll go.
And Baobab is also like the friends of DreamWorks, because a lot of folks who were part of our DreamWorks Up North facility, they're part of that group. And the Bonfire, which was premiered at SIGGRAPH, is a great piece of content that you can see on the Quest. Just add that.
Okay. While you guys think about it, I want to throw out just one concept about that. Let's not forget about projections too, because I think that we haven't talked about that, but projections can be deeply immersive, and there's a company out there called Vortex. Ed Lance right there, founder. Didn't even know he was there, by the way. Had no idea. But Vortex Immersion Media doing great things in the immersive 360 degrees dome space, and it's as Ed would describe it, it's community VR, because you have this immersive experience stripped away from a headset, and you can also have virtual us interplaying and interacting with the crowd that's within. So check out Vortex, because that's another interesting company.
And let me just add to that, Wisdom downtown LA, and next year, the Madison Square Garden Sphere in Las Vegas.
The Sphere.
15,000 seat, I think.
Yeah. Do you know about the Sphere? MSG Sphere? That's another one where MSG's trying to reinvent the Madison Square Garden Group, trying to reinvent the venue experience. And so they're building the first one, it's $400 million, $300 million in Las Vegas, and the second one in London. And what Ed is doing is analogous to that on a broader scale, scaling it out in multiple locations. So,
I will follow up on that direction in terms of immersive media beyond the VR and AR headset. There's a lot of companies, I will not specify a name, but a lot of companies looking into the alternative to that device. And we're very much in the lookup and working with few in terms of how do you bring these augmented spaces without the constraint of the device in open spaces. That's projection, it's holographic displays, and many more solutions that are coming up. So that's a good lookup.
Yeah, I wouldn't call them under the radar, but Meow Wolf is really amazing, and they're doing really cool stuff all over now.
And they've raised well over $100 million in capital, so that's a company you need to know about, for sure.
Area 15 in Las Vegas, they're going to be featured in this large,
and they're building in Denver.
We're
and
going
that's
to
gonna
Santa Fe and seeing their bowling alley.
But how do they clean it?
Well, yeah. So I think it's 2:40, and I was told that we have to end it at 2:40 because there's another panel. But who's with the? Okay, we'll ask a couple questions. You first. Glasses.
Oh, yeah.
Who are you? State your name and then.
Sure. My name's Nicholas Tanna. I'm a guest speaker here as well. I'm a filmmaker who has a couple movies on Amazon right now. And I'm actually developing a new science fiction project that I took to Sony that they're interested in. And it's specifically set in the future, deals with a virtual reality world. And I'm looking to kind of get some information and partner with VR companies as we slate and prepare this project. So that's part of my interest in staying with this panel here. So I'd love to talk. And if there's any companies, you kind of did it with that last question, but any companies I need to reach out to, that's what I'm hoping to gain from this discussion.
I have a company to reach out to, so we can talk about it on the side, and then they will too. But I have this young gentleman over here. I need to end, yes? Okay. So hopefully it was helpful. Great panel. I enjoyed it. So thank you guys.
I'm Ed, filling in for Kate.
Well, that's what I thought.
I'm filling in for Kate. Ed Lantz, L-A-N-T-Z. Vortex Engineer.
I'm Dan.
Yeah.
Hi, Dan. I'm John. Hi, John.
Vortex.
Good to meet you.
Immersive domes.
I would have been more sociable beforehand, but I literally just arrived.
Yeah.
Let me check I have you. Because I got only 3 on the thing.
Yeah, I did, and then it got canceled, so then I was like, I don't want to try it.
Put it again.
I don't want to overwhelm you.
That's not a good excuse.
Use Waze at all, or that doesn't help?
It was calculating my arrival departure time, and then
I like sharing this time with you here.
And I did not give myself enough time.
I can't foretell the future. Not yet.
Do you want to stand right
That's
here?
the breakthrough
I'd
tunnel.
rather not.
That's right.
Do you want to?
If I have to
Trying to,
calculate,
but I think I even left my sunglasses in the car, so I was trying to think of. But I don't think there's a way to get a hold of my driver.
I'm loving it. I think it's hilarious. Do you want to see where she is?
well, I mean,
Yeah, it'll drag over there. There's enough. Just C plus awesome.
Yes, it was so quiet. Sierra, and that actually kind of freaked me out. So this year, I'm really trying to see if I can pull it.
All right, so unplug that,
unplug this.
and then walk over there together.
It's, we put it on our thing, so, yeah. I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Good to see you again.
You got me.
You were hanging out at Infinity Festival with us.
Okay. Maybe start at the middle. Wow.
Yeah, exactly.
RPS?
Bob. Call it Bob.
Yeah, Bob's good.
Like, and I really, in front of this whole group, on a panel. I know, I actually.
You had no idea you were doing this today.
You're doing an amazing job. Well, you're being social while doing it.
Out in the living room, on the dining table, there's like avocado slices and everything else.
Is the keyboard on your laptop not happy?
I'm a little hard on keyboards, and there's like 2 or 3 keys that
So
aren't
did you see
working.
any sessions?
And I took it in to get it.
You came up here for this, so you need to go back to work.
Yeah, we'll have it done in a couple of weeks. So once the people, all of us, everybody knows what they're going to say, what they're going to talk about. So like
it may be time for new.
It's kind of, it's totally time for new. Like people are listening. So like, there's no reason to schmooze and hang out. Like all that stuff.
It's so different than Dallas, man, I'm telling you.
That's crazy. If that was the
Uh-oh, we're about to light this candle.
It's gotta be.
I'm so glad you guys weren't prepared.
2 hours of sleep.
She gave me time to get here.
When I cut my nails, you know, when I'm just like, oh, what's that?
Hey, everybody. Nothing?
How about me? Oh, I got a microphone. See, I've got a microphone. You don't. Neener, neener, neener.
Slowly.
We can get somebody really tall to stand there.
Just a thought.
So good to see you on a panel again.
When was that?
You know what I can do? I can shout it out
Feels
for a
like
minute
yesterday.
while we work on the mic. We've had a number of technical difficulties to get started, but I'm not worried about it. We got a lot of sun for our screen. That's going to go away in a second.
We're waiting
It was
until the sun
off.
goes down.
Wow. All I had to do was turn it on. My name is Steve Masur, and I am an attorney. So you might be wondering why I'm standing here. It's because
We're not
I've-
wondering why you couldn't turn on the mic.
Well, you're not. Oh, ouch! I'm actually pretty technically savvy, but it's because you've all been served with papers. No, I'm one of the partners at a law firm called MGA, which is Masur Griffiths Avador, and we've been doing basically internet digital media work for about 25 years, and so we've seen a lot, and it's been a really quite a fun ride for us, especially in this space, the VR space, where we've seen it go from, or I've seen it go from the 80s until now, and now I think is really the most exciting time because the models. You know, even if you just talk about the way that the internet business models are changing, the models are changing where we've had all of these false starts in the VR space, and it's almost been defined by false starts where, you know, it was going to be huge, but people's patience is, you know, it just takes time to develop this very complicated technology. And so we've seen it develop into some various tracks. So we're going to talk about those in the panel. And I'm really excited to hear what everyone has to say about it. All I do is deal making. So so I'm more excited to hear what everyone else on the panel has to say. And this time we're going to make it a little bit more audio-visual, and we have some presentations that also present what people on the panel are doing. So I think the first one starts with Boo, is that correct?
Oh, hi. I'm awake. All right, so I'm Boo Wong. Just give you a quick intro, and then we'll play the thing, and then I'll say a few more words to explain what the heck you're looking at. But I'm the Global Director of Emerging Technology at the Mill. And those of you who've been around commercial production or have watched the Super Bowl, we start with 30-year history in film visual effects, and then also we make on average like 30 to 40% of all the Super Bowl commercials every year. That's why I mentioned Super Bowl. But the team that I head up is the group that works on XR and experiential and all the interactive products for the Mill. So what the reel that you're going to see is just a really quick 2-minute cruise through some of our experiential work, events, LBEs, XR as well, and I'll say a few more things after the pretty pictures. that was a really quick cruise through some of the work that we do. In kind of broad strokes, as I was saying earlier, we categorize it as more experiential stuff that is things that happen in the physical space. So it could be an LBE that has a VR experience attached to it, or we did HBO Watchmen activation at San Diego Comic-Con recently that had an AR booth in it. So we do a lot of those, and then also there's some products that you saw there. We use real-time tools to make kind of titles and graphics generators, and then also we work in XR a lot. We've done tens of VR experiences, and especially with Miss Christina Lee Storm, who's not paying attention. Anyway, yeah, I worked with her, DreamWorks, I just saw already. Spatialand on How to Train Your Dragons, a super fun VR experience. And then we've also, done over 200 Facebook AR filters. So that's kind of a huge metric. Like you would think that, XR is kind of like, oh, it's just kind of fledgling, like, whatever. It's like we've done over 200 of these. We've also done 4 pieces of content, including 2 launched for on the Magic Leap platform. We've used AR for live shows, so there was something up there for EA Play where we had AR bursting out of the screen during EA Play last year. And we've also used AR on set, because why not? If you have these tools, anybody's shot something, you want to be able to see your CG character live on the table before you finish months of post, or have a CG car live on set as well. We'll use AR as well for that. We've used VR for previs. So for us, at the Mill, we're looking at XR tools as not only ways to enhance production methodologies, but we're also looking at it as new ways to communicate with our audiences. And I think that's kind of it in a kind of broad stroke summary for now.
Okay, good, thanks. I already have good questions.
Sure. I'll jump in. Hi, everyone. I'm Christina Heller. I'm the CEO of Metastage. Metastage is a volumetric capture facility here in Los Angeles. My demo is also going to be Piot's demo, right?
Yes.
Because he's integrated our volumetric captures into his interactive demo, so you can see some of our work when we get there. But volumetric video, or volumetric capture, if you're not familiar, is kind of like, it's a 3D performance capture, but it is live action. So unlike going on a mocap stage where you need to put on a point suit, you can go out onto our volumetric capture stage completely as you are, and using 106 video cameras, all facing inward at a performer, we capture that performance from every possible angle using a combination of infrared and RGB cameras. And on the other side of it, you get a ready-to-go, compressed 3D asset of whatever transpired live on stage. So if you're doing an AR experience or a VR experience, or even in virtual, there's applications in virtual production settings, anything where you need the real person and where no substitution will do. For instance, we have not captured her yet, but let's use Beyonce as an example, where only the real thing will do. And you need to have it in a fully 3-dimensional space. Coming to Metastage and doing volumetric capture is the best way to do that. And it's been really a really fun ride. We opened in August of last year and seen a lot of interest since opening it in the areas of sports, music, and actually the healthcare vertical, because they tend to be excited about using new technology to showcase their products and also train people. So it's been exciting, and there's always new applications and use cases, coming across our desk every day.
So Piotr, can you show us that now, or do you want to show it now or later?
Sure. I guess we can combine our intros. So just as a really brief intro into this clip that you're about to see, Arcturus develops volumetric video post-production tools. So imagine the Avid / After Effects built from the ground up for volumetric video. There is the opportunity with volumetric video to do fascinating things like creating branched narratives and reactive holograms. So for example, a person that you've captured can be programmed to respond to the viewer in real time. So this demo particularly illustrates a branched narrative. However, the next step in our demo creation of this rock, paper, scissors example is you playing against a hologram it could be of yourself or of someone else, rock, paper, scissors. So there's a certain amount of machine learning and AI involved, but what we're trying to illustrate is that it is possible to have an interactive relationship with a hologram. And that is one of the promises of volumetric video and where our software comes into play. So this is just a video of essentially us putting the pieces together for a branch narrative. It doesn't have voice activated yet because it will be voice activated. And it's just to show like how the pieces flow together. So you could play that little clip. Yeah, it should start like that, yeah.
Hi, I'm Christina from Metastage. Do you know what a branching narrative is? Cool. And you just saw an example using volumetric video. Metastage, working with Arcturus, can deliver branching narratives in volumetric video and open up a totally new way of telling stories. Let's try it out. Pick rock, paper, or scissors.
So you'd say rock, paper, or scissors.
People always pick rock. Okay, we're going to go on 3. Rock.
Paper.
So you get the idea. With a branching narrative, a viewer can choose any one of a few predetermined paths, offering a truly interactive experience. This demo was brought to you by Metastage and Arcturus. Thanks, and have an awesome day.
So basically, you get the idea,
Hi,
right?
I'm Christina from Metastage. Do you know what a branch...
It's all Christina all the time. You just never stop, do you?
And so the idea is simply to illustrate that it is possible to create that with a three-dimensional avatar hologram of someone and create a full immersive storyline in a fashion that you might decide.
Yeah, it'd be much cooler, no offense, if it was on a Magic Leap or a HoloLens, right, where you could actually see my dimensions and I was a hologram standing right in front of you. You can imagine the applications for things like hospitality, you know, or even narrative storytelling. So super exciting.
Yeah.
That was the first time I saw that, actually. So good job.
Thank you.
Nice pants.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. I'm going to jump on the. Do you need to just, I can walk it to you? On the device. Rock and roll.
You're going to show the really long video again?
You need the audio as well. Okay. Let's see here. My name's Ed Lance. My company's Vortex Immersion Media. I've been at this for about 12 years. Founded the company to build immersive experience venues in 2008. Wasn't a very good year for raising capital. So we quickly pivoted the company into popping up temporary immersive venues, mostly pop-up domes for experiential marketing. And we've done, 100 dome events. Various sizes, up to 200 feet in diameter. Prior to launching Vortex, I designed planetariums, and prior to that, I worked for a planetarium manufacturer. And in the mid-'90s, we figured out how to edge blend multiple projectors on domes. So there's 1,600 digital domes in science centers and planetariums and like that. So anyway, we're chomping at the bit to be busting out these shows, and it's taking a long time to raise the capital to put up the domes. So what we did is we been producing content and distributing it to the existing planetariums and science centers, which really are not entertainment venues per se, but we've been able to distribute to them. It's taken a lot to work that out. But anyway, I want to share one of the productions that we most recently did. A very successful, 200,000 tickets sold, $35 average ticket price for a 1-hour show. So this show is called Mesmerica.
Mesmerica is an hour-long, fully immersive show that is a combination of James Hood's music along with artists and their works of art, animation from all over the world. Mesmerica uses the power of immersive media that fills your field of vision to evoke unique brain states. So in particular, he's using the power of the format to evoke positive brain states like happiness.
The concept behind Mesmerica is
to bring a sense of well-being to the audience. It's playful, it's awe-inspiring, it creates a sense of wonder.
Well, the show is unique because it's multidimensional. So you have the imagery that goes on over your head in the dome. Then you also have James' performance on stage. You don't really see a lot of live shows that do that. It's kind of one or the other. It's quite a unique show, and James is quite a unique performer. We love his vibe. We love what he brings to the table.
So working with James is particularly interesting because he is an incredible collaborator, and the music is really sort of my script of what images to use and when and how fast to make them and what transitions to use. So when you come in and see this show, it really will transport you into hopefully something really, really cool that you've never seen before.
And basically, I would like people to feel happier than when they came in, and to realize that that came from within them, and their own awareness purged them of some bad mood or some stress, and they feel just a little bit lighter and a little bit maybe inspired by what you can do with your own awareness.
This is our very first show that we're premiering at the San Diego Planetarium, and it's sold out. The first show sold out. So we added the second show, which also sold out in just 2.5 days.
Yeah, it was phenomenal, unreal, something that I've never seen before.
I recommend it because you'll feel more happy and more relaxed. I feel so elevated and I feel so light right now. I feel happy. It was beyond words. It was amazing. I've never seen anything like it before in my life.
My favorite part was the way that the visuals came at you. It surprised your brain. You never knew what to expect.
It was almost like overwhelming the way it would make you feel. It almost became an out-of-body experience. It was absolutely amazing. Everybody should come check this out.
Really great. I love how they played I think it's a happy drum, and all of that in the light suit that the guy was wearing. That was a pretty cool show. I didn't realize the hour was over.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, it's done. Oh no.
You really have to see it rather than talk about it, but we hope everyone that's intrigued or interested will get an opportunity to have that experience. The next year we're going to tour and take this to planetariums and domes all over the world.
And in a lot of ways, the audience are the star of the show because it's their awareness that we're trying to play with, and to try and scoop them up and take them on a journey inside their own minds.
All right, so more location-based. Dan, you're up.
Cool. Can we do the table swap? Are you going to show anything? You just don't like me anymore?
Yeah.
Oh.
There we go. No,
So it's
I'm
okay.
sorry.
It's because you made fun of him.
It is. I made the lawyer joke. You never make a lawyer joke. Note to self, do not make lawyer jokes before the moderator.
By the way, you're also getting an invoice as well as a summons.
I figured as much, yes. I took 15 minutes of his time. Hi, I'm John Canning. I'm the executive producer at Digital Domain for New Media and Experiential. I'd like to say that I am her little aspirational brother, basically. So, yeah, no, this is true. Like, yeah. Yeah, but you've seen the stuff she does? I do, yeah, I feel like I just say what she said, that we do a lot of the similar kinds of things, which is a lot of fun. I get to be the visual effects person for other screens at DD, so I more often spend my time as the executive producer of neither film, nor television, nor commercials at Digital Domain, which now is the other stuff. And it is fun, and I think both of our studios have done this, which is take our technology and what we do from a film world and start applying that in a lot of different areas. And it used to be, oh no, that's film, you wouldn't cross-pollinate it. But you find that as video games, augmented reality experiences, VR, all these different areas start upping their game and going into the how to make this look better, higher fidelity, we apply those kind of techniques. So I've got a little bit of a video.
I don't make the rules, I just enforce them.
grasp of being able to interact with digital humans that are strikingly real. To be my own man.
Hello, friends.
Now it's my turn?
Now it's your turn.
Thank you.
No, we're skipping you now.
No video for you.
No video. I have a very short video. My name's Dan Ferguson. I'm one of the partners at a studio called Groove Jones out of Dallas, Texas. So I'm not from these parts. We're good. All right, good. Driving here. Anyway, we're known for doing brand engagements. So we are primarily focused on the advertising marketing side, creating fan-based experiences. The piece I'm going to show today is what we did with FX Networks at Comic-Con, and I'll let you play through that. Short.
There's a great museum you should see here called the Museum of Jurassic Technology, similar to your video.
I'll check that out. After 29 stories.
29
Rooms.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was a plug.
Okay, so are you done, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
you're done.
great. We can start talking. So, all right, so we've seen, just in the presentations, we saw really a wide range, everything from activations on an iPhone to using HoloLens or Magic Leap to location-based. So I guess that's my first question, is what we were talking about, how do you see this developing? Like historically, we all sort of waited for an iPhone moment with VR, where there was going to be a device that sort of explained to everybody what it was, and then we were off to the races. But that never really happened. Even in the gaming world, it didn't happen. So we ended up with a parallel path of arcades, basically, which is basically location-based VR or holodomes.
Well, I liked your earlier explanation of it's the Chuck E. Cheese moment, right? Leading us into the video game world. So from standalone arcades are the LBEs of today, and the headset devices are the Ataris and the ColecoVisions of the yesteryear, right? And what I thought was interesting is that I think sometimes people consider them all lumped together and they're all moving down this path at the same time, but I think up here we all realize that they're all separate parallel paths moving at different speeds. And AR at this point, I believe, seems to be moving the fastest of all of them. That's because all of us have these in our hands and can experience an AR experience right now, as opposed to having to buy anything or go anywhere, even though some of the experiences at LBEs are phenomenal. The Void, Dreamscape, I mean, those are phenomenal experiences, and if you haven't been, I highly recommend them.
How many people have been to Void or Dreamscape or any of these? Okay.
All right.
These people get out.
Yeah, well, they know what's good. But yeah, I think that that's an important distinction to make, and where I feel the technology is going is all of those things have been based so far, at least from our perspective, from the volumetric video perspective, is that while all of those things have been based on computer-generated characters, we see a future of real-life human characters. And that's where Metastage comes into play and other volumetric video solutions like that, because ultimately that's what you're going to want to interact with, is other people, not necessarily an avatar. So, I mean...
Well, I was going to say that if we look back how there was an iPhone moment, you know, VR came out, it surprised a lot of us, it was really powerful, but then it really didn't captivate everyone. When mobile phones first came out, it was very lame. The experience was very lame, but everybody bought it. Everybody had to have one as a utilitarian device. It wasn't an entertainment device. And then when the iPhone came out, it was like, well, this is what it's supposed to be like. This is what a mobile phone experience should be like. And they really elevated it. And then it was a year later when the App Store came out, and that's how we were going to monetize off of it. And so when VR came out, like right now with the Quest, it's like, I wish that's how it launched, a cost-effective, really good piece of hardware, but it's going to take steps. And so I don't think we're really far off. It only took us 3-4 years to really come out with consumer version to Oculus Quest.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's a couple of things in there. If we had waited to that, we would still be waiting, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's kind of like you got to ship the damn thing and get moving. You know, it's funny, as you hold up the iPhone, you're like, oh, you know. No, this ugly brick has got the same problem the VR headset has, right? I will do the same thing I've done. Everybody pull out your cell phones. Do it. Pull out your cell phones, right? Now hold them up and experience the magic of AR for the next hour. Just stay that way. Let me know how comfortable you are, right? So we have the same problem with this damn thing. And oh, by the way, yeah, the iPhone came out. How well did it make phone calls? How well does it make phone calls today? But we have to take these iterative steps, right? We're not there with AR.
We followed Steve, right? We don't need to make phone calls anymore.
I mean,
Don't get me started, but you know, I mean, it's like, this is clumsy, just like the headset is clumsy for AR experiences. But we got to do the interim steps.
We do, because I mean, that's a responsibility that all of us have, right? And also the technology companies that are innovating in this area. I mean, the thing about holding it up, that's why social AR is so important, because, you know, think about the way we communicate these days, the 3-second format to commercials as opposed to a 90-second format for commercials. The current generation and future generations are looking for those short interactive moments. That's why social AR filters are so popular. You know, the other thing to bear in mind about the iPhone moment that we're all waiting for, there was a leak just yesterday, I think it was, that, you know, Apple looking at 2022 for an AR headset, 2023 and on for glasses. It's happening, and it's our responsibility in part of this early days community to basically innovate, because we have to be meeting the trend when it all hits.
Yeah.
So I think that's incredibly important to do.
Yeah.
And actually, one more thing about the volumetric capture is that so there's an installation up right now in Hollywood called 29 Rooms that I suggest you all go to. It's kind of influencer event thing. But we actually have an activation there that we did with Facebook, and one of the AR, there are 4 AR experiences in there, and one of them actually has a volumetric capture. And when you consider that that is actually happening on Facebook's Spark AR platform with all of the memory, you know, restrictions or guidelines, I'll say guidelines that it has, you know, that you have a volumetric capture
Is it
of a
truly
person.
volumetric?
Yeah.
Spark AR?
Hell yeah, it is. There are lots of things that we...
And that's why she's that good.
Tracking to like the team and also Facebook, because we had to work hand in glove with them, because this is actually like a fork of what is currently available. But the plan is that it gets out there, but it tracks to neon signs, projections, moving target, moving markers. So if you're interested in like kind of seeing where social AR is going, definitely hit up 29 Rooms while it's up.
How long is that?
Till the 17th. Thank you, Steph.
How many people in the audience are content creators? And of the content creators, how many are interested in creating content for these platforms? Right, okay, so there's a significant amount. Now, I have a lot of questions about that, and maybe I can just ask one and then you'll just answer all of them. But how do you author for this stuff? I mean, what are the tools that you use, and how do people who want to create more content for this? Because I think it's still pretty light in terms of the content choices, especially since there's different platforms. You've got the domes that you have to create for the iPhone, the HoloLens. how do you do it? Like, and also the whole writing structure is different, right? I mean, it's a whole different way of thinking about narrative content and interactive content.
I think, I mean, the interesting thing is, you know, today you said, you know, how do you make content for television or how do you make content for feature screens? It's a pretty well-trodden path. There's a lot of standards. We know how to do that. The problem today, and this is the fun, messy time, right? I mean, I think, you know, it's interesting we have this conversation, is a lot of us work in this world that is, it's not consumer ready in a broad way in some ways, some of this stuff, right? Like you have to pick your path. I ask, well, what are you creating for, and who is your audience, and what is your intent? Because then it backs all the way into the tool set and what you're building for and things like that. It's much more selective now, depending on what you're trying to achieve. The volumetric path is different than the mocap, you know, skinning path versus all of these things are still fractional in what are you trying to achieve and where you're trying to go and what you're trying to do with it.
Right. Okay, that's a great answer.
So, you know, pick a through line, and we could start like riffing on one particular, but it's like, yes.
Yeah. Well, yes. Right.
Well,
right.
I mean, I completely agree, and I think like one of the interesting things I think all of us up here kind of work with is that because we're based here, or at least in the agency world, in creativity, right? Like we've got people and that are delivering ideas that help us, and we help evolve them right down our particular paths or our expertise. Where I think we need more help with, and it's teams that like Phil's does at USC, is like explores, you know, his students are exploring what are the use cases for this new technology. Because I don't think all of us yet even understand what all of those are. And it's almost like it's an outgoing, request is like we need more people thinking about these spaces and areas and how you can use them in your particular areas of expertise to help develop all of these use cases. Because that, I think, is one of the things that the industry lacks right now. We keep repeating a lot of the same things over and over again, as opposed to truly experimenting and offering up something fresh. Which I would love to see.
We go to our safe zone.
Right, we do, and it's natural, right? Like we return back to something that makes us comfortable, and we understand how to build it, we understand how to make it, we understand how to make money off it. Yeah, sure, great. But as a whole, and if we continue kind of thinking of ourselves as disruptors in this space, we need to think about like, well, what are the other things that we could be doing that tap into other verticals that are exciting?
Well, jumping on that, I think part of it is Los Angeles is definitely a major hub for innovation in the AR and VR industry, arguably maybe the world. But we're an entertainment-focused city. Yeah. And so there's always a lot of conversation around, with volumetric capture at Metastage, which is what I can speak to most directly, around how can we tell stories with this? And I think that that's a very interesting thought process to go through, and I'm excited to see how people do innovate and tell stories with this. But it's volumetric video is 3D performance capture, so really taking it a step back and not just immediately jumping to entertainment, but asking, well, in what instance would being able to see someone's full body from every angle benefit the experience? I think that's kind of a better place to start with what volumetric capture might be good for and uniquely good for when bringing a consumer product to market. So I've certainly been focusing a lot on that. We were building a couple of internal pieces of original content at Metastage, and they're all in the yoga, health and wellness space, because for me that makes a lot of sense, right? If I can actually see the way the instructor is doing the poses, and even holding my phone, even as crappy as that is, again though, it's not it's not instead of a class. I'm not going to use my phone and look at the yoga instructor instead of going to a yoga class. I'm not going to try to get into pose while holding it, but as an instructional aid to supplement my class, I can now, in my own home, in my own time, see the correct form, how I should be trying to get my body into that pose, and maybe do it with one of the world's leading experts.
That's cool.
So that's just a little anecdote. But
well, I often say, and you went straight to it, which is, if somebody comes with an idea, please don't try to attach the technology to an idea. Don't come and say, I experienced this early in the days of social. I'd get some creative that would come to me and goes, we'd like to use the Twitter. And I'd often say, how about you just tell me what you're trying to achieve, and then we'll figure out the best way to serve that. You know, and I think that constantly holds true, because the
But if you're excited about a new tech,
Yeah.
I also encourage you, let's say you just think volumetric sounds cool and you want to be
You
an
just wanted
innovator.
to say volumetric.
No, I'm saying, if you're interested, then it's just about, well, think about what does it do? And what industries might it make the most sense for?
Well, you know, ultimately, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's why we're kind of all coming at it from different directions as well.
Absolutely.
You know, product teams are going, and technology teams, their responsibility is to basically develop the platforms that we're all going to use either to create things or to enjoy experiencing as part of the public. You know, and that is just as important as those of us who are sitting there being like, look at all these products. What shall we do to tell our story? What shall we use? So I think that, you know, we're all coming at it, but it's all just as valid. You know,
Right,
it's just from
right.
different
And
angles.
one of the things I wanted to just touch upon is and by the way, we don't have a lot of time left, apparently. We're
not giving up this room.
You said we had an hour and a half.
This is we'll have to pry this table from.
But tools, you know, I'm just gonna sort of move to tools. You know, one of the things that made, you know, we keep talking about the iPhone. I don't want to always come back to that, but it created a tool set for everybody to create content, and I think that's something that we're seeing develop more in this space too. For example, I think Metastage is a tool essentially that allows people to create in this area. Like, what other things do you think would be good sort of? How do you enable sort of the masses to create this? Because that's where you're going to get your huge ideas from.
Depth Kit is great too. You know, on the other side, if you're interested in volumetric and you want a tool that's not a professional stage, Depth Kit is a great, easily accessible tool that anybody can use. That's pretty inexpensive.
I mean, that's the challenge. I think you're going down a path where, like, some of the technology on this panel is extraordinarily fresh and bleeding edge, and therefore is not easily accessible to everybody unless you're building it yourself. In which case, like, you're a research scientist and you understand all the pieces and kind of put it together yourself. And we understand that, I think. And part of that is a challenge, is to then how do we take this tech and trim it down, focus it. That takes time before we can say, like, okay, you'll be able to do a volumetric capture off your phone. I mean, there's some versions of it that exist right now, but would that be the same quality as Metastage? Hell no.
But to John's point, you got to just get started.
Exactly.
Experiment.
And it depends. I mean, you know, look, if you're doing it, capturing it on the phone, but only going to a smaller screen, the resolution doesn't matter. Like, again, you're making some choices. I mean, if you look at the nice thing is you can see how 360 video is starting to become just another video capture method when, you know, your tool set in Adobe Premiere handles some of that just fine, right? Like, you're looking at some of the tools that we know. You guys are building a tool set for taking what was an output, you know, that was like, oh, I'm just going to have to accept it. No, you're like, great, here's a tool set to manipulate and modify that. So the tool sets are coming along. If you look at any of the real-time engines, Unity, Unreal, those are our tool sets now.
Yeah. And then, even on, like, the lowest barrier to entry, Spark AR, Lens Studio, that's a tool set. The barrier to entry is so low nowadays, a kid can create a lens and get a cat. A cat can build a lens.
Yeah, see,
and it can be played by millions of people.
I'd like to say something.
Has your cat built a lens?
Here's the thing. The tools, right, support access to the platforms. If you want to talk about disruption, it's the platforms that are disruptive, right? So the iPhone came out, and everybody's, you know, rushing to create tools and to create content and to create, because it's a widely adopted platform. And I think, you know, with VR, it's not quite there yet, and people are not consuming the content. And it's really no surprise to those of us who are around in the early 90s, because VR's always been great for demos, and people go, oh my God, that's so cool. Thank you. And that's about as far as it's gone. You know?
Well, that's exactly where I wanted to go next, is just the money. So how do you make money with this? So I think there's a bunch of ways, right?
Make something useful?
Well, like Wisdom in downtown LA is making money, and they're doing it by doing events at a space. So location-based VR, event-driven Marketing is one way to make money. Making money as an advertising agency is a way to make money. And I
The
feel like those two
commercial and
are what's
enterprise.
really hitting it over the fence right now from a cash perspective, but what's coming down the pipe.
Commercial and enterprise, right? I mean, the trick is if you take it out of the realm of, gee, I might be able to, into the realm of this helps solve a problem. And I often push to, if you look at VR and the purpose-driven side of things, where you can get over the ergonomics. Consumers don't need a hot, heavy box on their face, but a doctor or an auto designer where you say, hey, this is going to make your job easier, or on set, doing virtual production and things, where this tech is something that's helping me do my job.
Right, like Dacry went into.
Right. And it's, take it out of the lofty, I want to go to every festival. Great, you can take it to every festival, you're not going to necessarily make money. To the, how do I make this useful to somebody to solve a problem? And that's where, the healthcare industry, education, training are all verticals where you see certain companies.
That's where we're a
Pivoting.
studio, we create content. It's been primarily focused on fan engagement, brand experiences. The last 2 years, we're doing training. And we're doing a lot of content for training. Why? Because the tool sets are cheaper, people are more accepting of it, and it works really great. So you don't have to invest in a gigantic studio or a lot of expensive hardware. Corporations are throwing money towards training applications and experiences.
So that's
working.
Right, and that's a great takeaway for the panel is you got to be ready to pivot to what's working.
You have to pivot when the time is right.
Yeah. I also think the domes are really good because you don't have to strap your phone to your face, right? That you just go out and just have it, and it's a community experience. And I think we're going to see a lot of
And it has
domes.
throughplay, right? I mean, if somebody comes through and says, I need to get X number of thousand people through something in a day, you're not necessarily going to gravitate towards headsets where a dome.
Yeah, I went to a Grateful Dead show in 1987, and I went to Wisdom on Saturday night. They more or less recreated the feeling of it. Like you knew you were in a fake Grateful Dead show, but it felt like a Grateful Dead show. Wow. It was pretty amazing.
Yeah.
He was stoned about
So I think that's it, isn't it? Yes, the hook has arrived, and we have to leave. Thank you very much.
Look at that. Look at that.
Okay. 6 ladies. Absolutely, sure. I want to go outside anyway.
Hi, thanks. Yes, yeah, very good. Excellent. Nice to meet you.
So it's not like I don't
Sure, sorry. They're rushing me off the stage.
I'll call you tonight.
Please do.
All right.
Yeah.
This was about 6
I don't know anything about it. Who's the one to ask? That's her chick. I don't know anything about it. Only? No, that's pretty good. Hi. Thank you. I am going to go. I know. Please come see you guys.
Against yourself. Yes. So Magic was already all the other stuff. So saying, can they take anywhere in the world? That's a good question. However, I do know that they have a gesture library that you can tap into. So if, let's say, because that's This is easy. Right. That's easy. This is fine. This might constantly fail. We'll see. I mean, that's what we intend to explore. So,
Really great. The only thing I was gonna say is if you develop so much time in
well, you'll see.
and I'm excited to see it more.
Over the next couple of weeks, you'll see it.
And I promise I will just get over my yeah.
Great panel.
Oh, thanks so much.
With your permission, I was just curious.
Yes.
I asked to do the Q&A, but I'm obviously like throw on a 8 minutes. So if they're live, like you say, you can do it with a short. I mean, we have because it's last minute, if I gotta get on a flight, I want to get back on
Okay, that'd be awesome. I love that. All right. Good to see you. Thank you. All right.
Okay. Will do. Check 1, 2. Hello. I'm really loud. I got it.
Make us work hard to get up here.
That's true, it's not great.
I'd love some water, actually.
Yeah, I wonder if I didn't take my water.
Sorry, we took up a little time.
No worries. Our audience is normally a booked solid here.
Wait, we have one more person.
You got some water here.
Thank you.
Water.
You know, I'm married into it.
Is
there another one?
Well, I had to sit on my phone, I guess.
My name is Diva, delightful Diva. Oh, you're beautiful. I'm delightful Diva.
It's so sad.
It's just like squash. It's ridiculous. But we knew that's just evil.
Hello, everybody, welcome. Yes, welcome, right. This is going to be a great panel today. We have these amazing and esteemed women here. We're going to talk about women in film and the OTT, and for some of those that don't know what OTT means, over the top, right? That's Netflix, Hulu, so anything that does not require a traditional cable modem, okay? But before I do that, I do want to bring up the sponsor here today, Kim, who is on the board of Women in Film.
Thank you. I'm with Alliance for Women in Media. We're an organization that's been around since the 50s. It's a national organization out of DC, and we have affiliates all over the country. What we do is basically empower women in film and entertainment and media. We offer educational programs, networking programs like this where you have a chance to meet with wonderful people in the industry. We do a lot of community service. We have an awards show that recognizes programming for, by, and about women. And we're a nonprofit, so it's just $50 annually. And our website is awmsocal.org. So thank you again for coming, and thank you for, thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Okay, well, to kick it off, I'm just introducing myself and the panel. My name is Denise Maiko, and I am the CEO of a company called Stratus Corp. And what we do is we help enable filmmakers make their content. So we are a collaboration, and I'll call it a technology company, and we also help you guys get paid. So once you get those that film up and going, what we do is that we are able to track all that metadata and get you paid. So that's what I do. Now I'm just going to start all the way down at the other side there at the end and come this way. Okay.
Hi, I'm Marilyn Anderson, and I'm a writer for television and film. I've also written plays and books. Somebody mentioned women in film before. I won a Luminous Award for the positive depiction of women in film and television from women in film. I've also gotten awards from the Writers Guild. And some of the shows I worked on were Murphy Brown, Fame, Friday the 13th, the series, I can kill 6 people an hour. Unfortunately, not the people of my choice. And I also wrote on a staff of a show called Carol and Company, starring Carol Burnett, Jeremy Piven, and Richard Kind in their first TV appearances. So I feel like I'm responsible for their careers. I've also got a play coming out called As Good as Gold, which is about women and gender parity in Hollywood. And I have, my first book was Never Kiss a Frog, A Girl's Guide to Creatures from the Dating Swamp. And that's published in 10 countries. And my newest book has been written up in Forbes and USA Weekly and just won an award as the best book on saving money and living well. It's called How to Live Like a Millionaire When You're a Million Short.
Hey, everybody. My name's Tanya Wright. I am an actor, primarily. Most recently on a show called Orange is the New Black, and prior to that, 7 seasons on HBO's True Blood. I'm also an author, founder of a hair care line for women with curly hair, like so, called Harriet. And I am also the founder of a new multicultural media company called Right Time 047, where we create brands, multicultural brands for women and girls. And the company right now consists of the 11 screenplays that I've written and the 4 TV pilots and their corresponding books. So I'm excited to be here today. And while we're all talking, I would encourage you all, you know, you all have paid money to be here, right? So I would encourage you all to avail yourself, like have questions that are relevant to your lives, and it's, you know, we're happy to be here to answer them. Okay?
Thanks, Tanya, and big fan of True Blood.
Me too.
And Tanya's exactly right. You know, this is not here for us to talk. This is here, how can we help you get your project up and give you some wisdom of what we had to go through. So I'm a writer-producer of 25 years. I've worked on 4 different continents, and so I sort of know how it works. But right now the industry is completely changing, and, you know, you have to change and adapt very quickly. I started off as a producer, boots on the ground, and then I turned into a media executive, leading Mark Burnett into Hearst and then MGM, and was an executive there. And now I'm solo, and I do women projects, women-led projects, and stories of impact as well. And I get to work with people that I really love, and one of them is this lovely lady here.
Lovely segue there. My name is Marina Grasic. I've been a film producer for about 15 years. You can see I'm holding my head. I'm very tired. We've been talking about it. I was a finance attorney before then, so I've produced about 25 movies. I literally just got off the set of one of them about a week ago that was shot in Los Angeles with Glenn Close and Mila Kunis, which I'm quite proud of. And I have about a slate of 20 movies. My company is Oakhurst Entertainment. We're partnered with a management company that represents, I think, the mega A-list talent called Brelstein Entertainment. That's it in a nutshell. As a finance attorney, I was involved in about 200 movies, so I can answer a lot of questions about how the world used to look like before. I think the streaming and the OTT world took over. So I look forward to your questions.
Hi, my name is... Don't mean to step on your toes. Hi, my name is Sandra Lord. I am the founder of Creative Career Strategies and Women Helping Women in Entertainment, as well as Lord Entertainment Group and the Los Angeles Film and TV Meetup. I'm speaking to networking. I'm a networking specialist, expert, as well as a master strategist, which everybody needs in terms of having a plan for their careers and identifying what you don't know that you don't know. I work with Academy, Emmy, VMA, and Cine Award winners. And most of my clients and students say that my approach has been life-changing for them. I teach people to own what they bring to the table without apology. That's it.
Thank you. So what I want to do right now is just take a bit of a poll, just so we understand who we're talking to. So everyone here is a storyteller. How many writers are there? Okay.
How many directors? And you can hold your hand up the whole time if you're all of them. Okay, and producers, obviously produce your own stuff, okay. Okay, so that's who we're talking to. Okay, what about actors? Where do the actors go? Yeah, okay, thank you. It's the glasses, give us a giveaway. Yeah. Okay, we're going to break this down into 3 different sections, and then we're going to have Q&A just to kind of set expectation, because we want to answer all of your questions, because I'm sure there'll be a lot of them. So one of the first thing I'd like to do is just talk to the panel about what do they think the State of the Union is with respect to the OTT. Has it really provided the opportunities, you know, the whole concept being the OTT is all about numbers, it's all about analytics, it's all about micro segments. And I would like to hear from our panel, what do they think? And I'm going to let you guys just jump in. I might pick on you a little bit, but I'm going to pick on Wendy first. Okay.
I had a feeling. It's all about numbers. It hasn't really changed, has it, really? The networks were always about numbers as well, except we don't get to see them, unfortunately, too much anymore. The one thing that it does, you know, stop a lot of the times, unfortunately, is that with numbers, you need a big star, or you need a big name, or you need big IP. And to have that, it makes it harder and harder for the independent or the new writer or the struggling writer to get something made. And so how does someone who is a new writer or really hasn't had, you know, the 5-star notoriety that they will eventually get, how do you get there? And that is the big conundrum that has always stayed with this industry. And one of the things I would say to you is you need to partner with someone on your first gig. Like, take a hit and let them help you get up that ladder. If you've got something good and you can partner with a good showrunner or partner with and get a relationship with a good star or a good director, get your first project up. The second one, you'll have a credit, and then you'll keep going and you'll get more and more experience. Unfortunately, when you're after analytics, they're going to want people to have a look and get eyeballs on it, and they're going to want that, unfortunately, to obviously tick their little box on their check.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Can you repeat the question again?
The question is, has the OTT really changed the inequities? If we're talking about women in film, the OTT, or people of color, has it really changed?
Well, I can speak to that from the WGA. As far as TV writing staffs, for instance, in 2017 and 2018, 37% of the TV writing staffs were women. And in 2019, it went up to 39%. So it's gone up a little bit, but the numbers are still really low. And in features, it's even smaller. And I think not only what Wendy said about teaming up with someone is the people that are at Netflix and people like that, they're people with big, big production deals. And so what you want to do is get to a producer or somebody with your project. And the ways to do that, you can enter a contest, become the winner of the Nichols Screenwriting Fellowship. That's a way to get noticed. Or South by Southwest. There are places that writers or filmmakers can go now and produce their own content. And if you get noticed, people will come to you. And I think that's what it's about, is trying to get yourself out there. I know I had a project, How to Beat a Bully, that was optioned 8 times by Hollywood and never made. And finally I decided no more options. And I stopped optioning it. I went out and I raised the money and I made the movie. I had to take a few zeros off the end, but I'm happy to say I raised the money, we made the movie, it's on iTunes, it's on Amazon, and we actually sold 50,000 units of the DVD to Walmart, which is, for a little movie, it's a real coup. But we have to find ways of reinventing ourselves and of getting attention. And then you can go to the bigger companies that do have the deals with the OTT companies.
My own personal perspective, and I was speaking to a writer this weekend about it, it's a gold rush right now. There are more avenues for distribution than ever before, but they are looking for premium content. The good news is I'm in a lot of rooms, I get pitched a lot of projects, and female projects and with female voices, female directors, especially in niche markets, are very exciting to streamers. And I think that this is a shift, it's a sea shift, and I think that new artists can take advantage of that opportunity. But so there are more avenues than ever before, there's more opportunities than ever before. It's about how do you get those opportunities? How can your voice cut through sort of the noise, the clogging and the crowding that's going on right now? And the way to do it is definitely joining forces with someone that has power and has experience and has the relationships. That's definitely the way to do it. But there's more opportunity than ever before. That's the good news. And I think female voices are really being heard. And more so than ever before, I'm hearing even men in a room saying, I think we need a female director for that. I think we need a female writer for that, because it's a female story. That's a big sea shift. I've not seen that before. I've not heard that before. I've been hearing that consistently for the last year and a half. So that's the good news. That's fantastic.
Well, OTT, so yes, there are tons more opportunity, tons more distribution, certainly a lot of more opportunities for actors. Absolutely, yes, yes, yes. I've had the great good fortune of obviously being on a show that was the beginning of the crest of this new OTT world, right? Netflix, Orange is the New Black. I remember so well the day I got the call from my agent about this show, and I remember looking down at the breakdown, because, you know, as an actor, if you've been doing it for a while, you kind of have an idea what an ABC show is versus an NBC show is versus a Fox show is versus something on cable or HBO. And I remember looking down at this thing, it was like, Netflix. Now, I'm not sure what box to put that in. What does that mean? And we were all like, shit, hell if I know. You know what I mean? Is it streaming? Is it a web series? But it's not on television, so, you know, this was the wild, wild west. This was, you know, obviously about 8 years ago. And I really made my decision based on some very fundamental things. One was that the script was quite extraordinary. The part that I was playing was really, I'd never seen anything like it before on television. The people that were involved, right? Gingy Cohen, Weeds, and Jodie Foster directed the first episode. So I knew that I was going to be challenged in the best way. What I have learned, though, and I've learned a lot, I think, from working alongside some of the most powerful showrunners in this town, from Gingy Cohen to Alan Ball to the folks at 24, Joel Surnow on 24, Howard Gordon. I've watched them like a hawk. So I would encourage you to take every opportunity you can to watch, learn, ask questions, and listen, and create your own work. You know, I can't really stress this enough. I would say, you know, even so when I came to Los Angeles, it was one of two tracks I could have pursued, right? I could have pursued acting, or I could have pursued writing. I was a Nichols semifinalist. I had all this stuff in terms of writing, and I could have very well pursued that path. Acting was the horse that rode. So you ride the horse that's riding. So okay, I got an acting job, and another one, and another one, and another one on these really great shows. But as a result of writing, I never stopped writing because I knew that there was going to be a time for me, right? And it's now. But you write and you bank, and if you're not a good writer, I would really suggest and encourage you not so much to spend a whole lot of time reaching up to the powerful producer, because I can assure you they've got their other shows. I can assure you that the writers on their team have other shows that they're also being pitched to. I would encourage you to reach across to your friends. and to band together and to make great things, and then after you've made that great thing, make a really loud noise about it. Because he or she who owns her audience wins the game. And let them come to you. These people have got 1,000,001 people knocking on their door, Mother, may I, can I view? And your project can be the greatest project in the history of the world. But there's so many other factors that come into play here. And after I was a semifinalist on Nichols, I signed with a very fancy literary agent. I couldn't get her on the phone. So I decided, and I thought that I had made it, right? Very fancy woman, very powerful. And I said, well, I could spend my time trying to get her on the phone, or I can make the damn thing myself. And I did that. And it was difficult, but it was empowering. And I would really encourage you all to go that route. And if you don't write, find writers. Band together, reach across, and don't spend so much time trying to reach up. They'll find you. Just make it great and be loud about it.
Okay, I grew up from the accent. I grew up in the Caribbean amongst powerful women. And I was taught never to go out with my hands out. I was taught to go out strong, really, really strong. And I agree with what Marina said about teaming up with other people who have made some strides. And then, Tanya, what you said about creating your own content. But teaming up with people, how do you get to those people? That's the question that I have found that most people have asked me. How do I get to the powers that be? As Tanya says, you should not be reached. You need to know where you are, where you are at any given moment. Because if you think you're here and you're not, you're just setting yourself up for a fall. But if you know where you are, you know what level you can reach. And when you do reach, you have all your ducks in a row, you have all your T's crossed, all your I's dotted, so when you do make a step forward, you step forward confidently, not apologizing, I don't have this, or I'll send it to you next week. Don't make the step unless you're ready. And I think, from my experience, people are accessible. But do they want what you bring to the table? So you have to identify what you bring to the table, and then identify the people who would be amenable to what you bring to the table, and then have a plan to pursue them. Does that make sense? So you have to tap into your network. The network is very important. If you don't have a network, this is what I speak to. If you don't have a network in this town, you have nothing. If you don't know anybody, you have nothing. If you look at J.J. Abrams and the late Gary Marshall, they all use the same people over and over again. If you're going to do a project, who are you going to call? Not Ghostbusters, okay? You're going to call your friends, right? The people in your network, right? That's who you're going to call. So that's what the big guys do. They call the people in their network. So if you want to get into their networks, you got to have something that's relatable. So tap into your network. That's the most important thing you can do for your career. Network and build your circle of connections, because that is cutting away into the red tape. If you don't know people, you have to go through the red tape. If you know people, one phone call could get you a meeting. Does it make sense? Okay.
So then so it's all about the networking and the connections, and it's about getting the experience with someone either kind of across the aisle and or if following someone and studying someone. My question then is, how do these guys package themselves up? How will they package themselves in order to, when that opportunity comes from a networking opportunity, what is the package that gets to branding, right?
Well, I want to respond to something that you said. You have to be talented. You have to be. There's that. Let's start with, you have to have something that people want to buy, right? Like I can't tell you, first of all, I don't accept anything that's unsolicited, so it has to come through an attorney, an agent, a manager, right?
A referral.
Right?
Yeah.
But you know, I read just like everyone else for the most part, and I read magazines and newspapers and articles, and I'm looking for something that's sparking my imagination and something that's interesting to me. So you're absolutely right. I mean, you have to know your own talent. I can't tell you how many times I sit with a writer who wants to be a director of his own project. It is an exhausting experience to say, I love your script, but I can't have you as a director. It's a very difficult conversation to have. And you have to be prepared for a very long road if you are always insisting on, if you're a good writer, you know, it's going to take a long time for you to direct your own projects. Or if you're a really good director, like I have something where there's someone that's a really great director, but he shouldn't be writing, you know, and it's a very hard conversation because he's a very talented person. So know your own strengths, know your own weaknesses, and the way to understand that is to listen to your peers or listen to groups of people that sort of say, I think you're a great writer, or I think you have a real talent as a director, and go out and prove that, right? So there's so many different avenues right now to prove your talent, whether it's through social media, whether it's writing a book, writing a script, doing a short film. You know, do something that is your calling card. I think that's what you're referring to. And the calling card is what's going to be important to then work, to go talk to people and create a network. A network without talent is rather useless unless you just want a job as an assistant. So again, yes, unfortunately, hate to tell you. But so I would think, you know your own strengths, know your own weaknesses, know your talent. If you have talent, believe in yourself. I love to tell the story of Christina Hodson, who was my assistant, and then I promoted her to be the head of development at my company. Now, Christina Hodson is the hottest writer in Hollywood, bar none. And how did she do it? She moved from New York. She moved from New York to Los Angeles. She didn't use her network. She had quite a big network, but she wrote scripts. She got on the blacklist. She had one blacklist script. She had another blacklist script. She was very bright, but she did the hard work, right? She sat in the room in front of a computer and created something. And then that got her a lot of attention. She did her first movie. She went on to write Bumblebee. Now she's doing Batgirl. I don't know. She's doing everything in town. So this is how it works. It doesn't happen overnight, right? You have to put in the work. You have to put in the time. You have to show your talent. So,
yeah, go ahead.
And just,
Believe that you have the talent. Believe that you have the talent.
but you must also have it.
Believe.
And everything you said, yes. Plus this little thing called resilience.
Yes.
You have to keep going. You have to keep writing. You have to write that script probably more times than you would care to write. You will be, I'm an actor, right? And I've been on some very fancy shows. I can tell you there have been hundreds, and that's with an S at the end, folks. Hear it clear and plain, hundreds that I didn't get. Hundreds. But you keep going. You keep going. You're devastated. I'll allow myself some devastation for 2.5 seconds, and then I got to get up again. I just do. And so that piece is like, because there are lots of really talented people, and they may even have a network. But if you're going to let the first no stop you, if you're going to let the 15th no stop you, if you're going to let the 99th no stop you, then it's going to be tough. And this is going to be kind of a hateful, kind of miserable process. But the persistence and the resilience, and then pivoting along the way, like listen to people who have done this before, right? I talk to young people all the time. They ask me blah, 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 and I'll give them advice. And then I'll talk to them again, and then they didn't actually do the thing that I told them that I think that they should do. And that's like, you wasted my time. Now I'm a little bit frustrated with you, because if you really want to do this, you'd be doing everything you have to do to help yourself. Because I'm telling you, it's 100% of the time, if you are doing everything you can to help yourself over and over and over and over again and making a loud noise about it, people will come to help you. They just will. It's like the law of the land. But you have to be doing that. You have to be getting better. You have to be improving. And you just have to. It's just a nonstop part of your business, part of your personal development. So that, that's just consistent. You have to do that.
So Tanya, if I may add to this, the resiliency, I give my clients 24 hours to feel sorry for themselves. And after that, get off that stuff, And if you know what you bring to the table, if you know and you know and you know what to bring to the table, you should not let rejection define your day or define who you are. Because if everybody in this town knew what would be a hit, we would have a hit every time with movies and music and stuff like that. But sometimes you have a sleeper and sometimes you have a dud. And people say, oh my goodness, I didn't expect that this made only a few $1 million when we expected what. Nobody really knows exactly what's going to be a major hit. So when they're telling you you suck, and if you suck, you suck. But if you know you don't suck, just dust it off and move on, and don't let anyone define for you who you are. You just cannot let that happen. When you know who you are and what you bring to the table authentically, you will fight for your stuff. And it's your job to change other people's minds about you or your project. And that's what I teach my students. Resiliency is so important, but that helps when you know what to bring to the table.
So how many hours? Because I'm thinking Malcolm Gladwell. I don't know if you guys, Malcolm Gladwell said pretty much you could master anything. If you want to be good at something, you need 5,000 hours to put your time in. So 5,000, is it 10? 10,000 hours.
As long as it takes.
As long as it takes. That was going to be my punchline. Okay.
As long as it takes.
Okay, well, that was my question. How, just individually, I'm just kind of curious, how many, in order for you guys to see the success that where you say, okay, I broke the barrier there, estimate how long. So it's not necessarily years, but I want to go hours, because hours work, if you only do something part-time, and I don't know if you guys are all dedicated full-time to your craft.
Never give it up.
Do you do this full-time? Are you 24/7?
Passion, I love it.
And you do it 24/7? This is what you do? What was that? Yeah. And, I'm sorry? It has to be, so it's your passion, but how many hours I'm kind of curious, from these folks up here, how many hours do you think it has taken for you to get to the point of where you're like, okay, I am successful?
Well, I think there's different time ranges for different people. I don't think there's a rule. I mean, the first screenplay that I ever wrote, people told me I'd never get an agent, I'd never get anybody to look at it. CAA called me, they wanted to package it. Billy Crystal wanted to do it. Unfortunately, at the time, he was not very popular. But, and finally, my movie did get made 20 years afterwards. I mean, and if you look at if you look at a lot of the Academy Award winners, Dallas, 40 took like 20 years. So there is no time limit. I don't think you spend the time that you need to spend on each project, you get it out, and while you're waiting, you write something new. If you have a passion to do this, you keep doing it, and I don't think there's a specific timetable. I've had some successes, I've had some disappointments, but that's the nature of the business, that's the nature of life. And you just have to, if you have good work, keep getting it out there. And it's also a matter of, some people might be right for it, other people might not be. It doesn't mean that it's not a good project, it just might not be right for the people that you've gotten it to. It only takes one. It's like even Harry Potter. That was turned down by about 80 publishers until one person took it. The same thing with Chicken Soup for the Soul. It was turned down by everyone. So I can't put a time limit on it. I've just kept working, and when things didn't work one way, I would turn around and do something differently. And it's just you keep going out there and doing what you have to do.
Yeah, well, I would agree. I don't know that there's a set number of hours. I would say that if you keep doing the same thing over and over again, and if you keep getting the same note from other people about the thing you keep doing over and over again, and you're not getting success, one way to decrease the number of hours is to listen to the note, right? And make the change so that you can pivot. Pivoting and listening will help you, if it really resonates as true to the story or whatever, that will help you decrease the number of hours so that you're not just continuing to, I believe in myself, but if 20 people around you, 20 people who are established in the industry and you want to listen to the advice and what they have to say because they're only trying to make you better, but if you're so sort of hard-headed about the way you're going to do it, listen to really smart people. The first screenplay that I ever wrote, I was like, I don't know if it's any good. I wrote it in 8 days, and that's like crazy. And I put it in the drawer for a while, and I gave it to the friend of mine who doesn't like anything. He's a snob, he doesn't like anything, he's really tough. And I said, well, if I can get it past Stephen, I think, I think at least I'm on the right track. But I listened to Stephen's notes because he's someone who I value and respect his ear and his knowledge and his sort of expertise in the workplace, because sometimes we're here with our stuff. Listen to people. And pivot as needed, and that may help to decrease the number of hours and time that you're actually putting into something.
When Malcolm Gladwell wrote The Tipping Point, he was referring to Bill Gates or a basketball player and someone who really has a very defined skill set to get to the top of their game. What we do is not rocket science. It's what I'll say. It's there's definitely learned behavior, there's definitely relationships, and then there's opportunity and luck. And so what I would say to you, work smarter. If you're going to pitch someone, look at who they are, look what they like, make sure you're pitching the right person and that they're going to actually like the material that you're doing to actually cut your chances of getting something made. And then I'd also say, it's not about really as I said, the hours that we're doing, is about sometimes you have to put something down and then just keep going, exactly what you said. And then sometimes when you're in a pitch, someone says, oh, you know what, we're not looking for this, we're looking for that. And you just happen to have it in your pocket because you had it there. And it's about timing. It's about the zeitgeist. Things can change in a second. And when that wave comes, you're the first person there because you've done the work. Mm-hmm. So just keep going.
Yes. So looking for other resources to help us. Lots of unions, guilds, association. How many people are here associated with a union? Okay. And like what unions? Like DJ? SAG.
TV Academy. Voting Member Television Academy.
Okay. Okay. So the question is, what do you guys think? Well, I should say, are they helping our audience here progress? And if so, what are they doing? And then also, what could they be doing more of?
Well, I can answer that for the Writers Guild because several months ago there was an issue where all the WGA members had to fire their agents. And I will say that the WGA then stepped up with all different kinds of programs that writers could use to contact producers and studios by themselves. They have portals now that you can submit material from. They have a television memo that goes out once a week. They have a feature memo that goes out once a week. I'd love to ask the producers here if they look at those memos or if they accept direct pitches from those portals from the WGA.
I'm with the PGA, and I've never seen those. So I don't know how they send it out, because the PGA is certainly not sending it out.
Not getting them.
Okay, well, I'll have to talk to the WGA about that.
And that's another great point, like, what's the interoperability of all these unions, guilds, and associations? How can they work better together, or are they just one-dimensional, very insular into their own?
Yeah, well, I can, I guess, speak to the Screen Actors Guild. In answer to your question, I don't know if it's the union's job to help their members become more skilled. I think it's the union's job to make sure that we're safe on set. I think it's the union's job to make sure that those contracts that we're getting, that someone is looking out for residuals, which is the lifeblood of an actor. I think it's the union's job to do those sort of really very specific, tangible things for the workforce. I think it is up to the actor to invest the time and energy into their craft. Obviously being an actor is not always the most inexpensive career to pursue, right? There's the headshots, and there's, all the running around and the clothes and the classes, stay in class, folks, the classes. And so, but also having said that, I know that the SAG Foundation has this really great, wonderful things for members, things about social media, things to enhance the career. But I don't necessarily know that it's, I think that the job of a labor union to train, to help people know how to act.
I will say, with respect to the collective, collective bargaining unions, the difference is, I think, between SAG and the Writers Guild, is the Writers Guild is taking aggressive moves against agencies, and as a result, if they're asking their membership to get rid of their agents and relying on their lawyers and managers or others to get them jobs, that created a void. So as a result, if they're from a collective bargaining standpoint making very aggressive moves, they have to fill that void somehow, and they're doing that with their membership by saying that they're going to be supportive in other ways. They're going to help them not need an agent, which I, by the way, disagree with. I think writers do need their agents.
Oh, I'm not.
Yeah. This is just a personal point of view, but I understand why the Writers Guild is being aggressive. I would just say, in terms of creating community and creating support, I think all creatives need that support. However you get it. If it's writing groups or whatever creates community, whatever creates support and membership, even if it's, to advance your own projects, it's also for the emotional support, right? Because it's a very emotional process trying to manifest something creative. So I think that, especially, a lot of people come here without their families, and they don't have that kind of network and support. I think that these organizations can really act as a very good surrogate for that, but also to create, connections and the networks. It's very hard to do that, when you're alone. So I think they're filling that void, and even just to go to screenings and to connect with others, I think it's just vital and important. And that's how you kind of keep your ear to the ground in terms of what's being pitched, what's being out there. So use those organizations as a platform to help you. That's what I would advise.
Yeah, and there's also,
Because producers and agents were packaging stuff and leaving.
it's a packaging thing, but we don't have to get into the politics
Yeah.
of it now. But there's also an organization, since we're mostly women here, called 50/50 by 2020, and that's an organization that's trying to get more women into not just Hollywood jobs, but other jobs, and their goal is 50/50 by 2020. And there's other organizations that are giving classes and all kinds of things for women, and you should just check all the resources that are there. And the fact that you've come here today obviously shows that you're interested in increasing your network.
Tanya, my understanding is that 98% of SAG is not working. But the SAG Foundation does a lot of stuff, as you said. But isn't SAG also kind of reducing all the rules for digital media to make it easier for, yeah? Did I hit on something?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, you know, I've got to say, I kind of really like the Writers Guild. They're kind of badasses as far as I'm concerned.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And I think this SAG needs to take a look at that and say, and
Absolutely.
especially as it relates to new media.
Yeah.
Netflix just signed a new media contract with the Screen Actors Guild. I mean, I saw a regular contract with the Screen Actors Guild. Prior to that, it was a new media. Because we you know, had no idea how successful this was going to be. And as a result, residuals and such were under a new media contract, which is very different from a network. So, and I'm happy to say it took a long time, but, you know, this is a really sensitive point, to be frank. You know, that it took a long time, but now the OTTs are under, well, at least I know Netflix is now under a standard Screen Actors Guild television contract. And so, you know, that's something that I feel like absolutely the union needs to be fighting for on behalf of its members, you know, more so than about training. Because if you're getting the right training and you're talented and you're doing all the things and you're doing all the things and you're doing them again and again and you're pivoting and you're improving, you know, and you're networking, you'll eventually get there. It may take longer than you'd like. You know, I'm a very impatient person. That's why I named my company Right Time, because I have to tell myself all the time, be patient. You know, I want it yesterday, 10 years ago, 5 years ago. But I work that way. I work like a fiend. Like no one could outwork me. I work like a fiend. I don't have a husband. I don't have kids. So like this is like my, and this thing won't work. You know. But yeah, you know, that is like, ooh, that's a big one. And I'm happy that Netflix is now under a standard SAG contract. Because when we were doing Orange, it was new media, which is very different numbers.
Absolutely.
Great. I mean, I just love what you said, just outwork. I mean, I think that's really the common theme I've heard from every single one of these women up here is like, you got to outwork the next person sitting next to you, because it's just like anything else. Like if you're an athlete, if you're, someone said, well, maybe it was, well, it might have been Malcolm Gladwell, but I do think you have to put in the time, put in the hours, and outwork. You just got to do it until it happens. So, the one question, because we're going to go into QA, but I just have one question for each of you to answer, and it is about. I somewhat asked the question. Maybe it wasn't clear enough, but in terms of identifying or packaging, I'm going to call it packaging because the word branding shows up in the, I'm going to call it the syllabus here, but it shows up, and I want to know from each of you, when did you find, or what did each one of you find in terms of what is the story that you are telling not only yourself, but that you're telling others about your brand, your package, because each one of you is its own unique brand in your own package. You have a product, you have a service that you provide. Just looking to see, number one, can you tell us what it is? And then number two is, how long did it take you guys to find that? What was your journey in doing that? Go ahead, start. Okay, Sandra, you're first.
I'm not sure I understand the question, actually.
Well, what I'm trying to understand is like you package yourself. You make it. You're saying that you're a networker. You are engaging. You're a specialist in that. How long did it take you to get to understanding that was your, if you want to call it calling, that's the thing that you do. That is your brand. That is your package. How long did that that take you to do and to figure that out?
That's an interesting question, because when I look back at what I did in the Caribbean, I grew up in the Caribbean as a celebrity, still considered one when I go back. But I've been in the business since I was 3 years old. And when I look back at what I was doing over there, I didn't know it was networking or strategy. But I was doing that since I was a kid. Now I realize, oh my goodness, it's all the stuff I was doing before. So I think it's been a lifetime. And maybe in the last 20 years, I started the Hollywood Networking Breakfast. I'm the founder of that. And
so you were 2?
I was an embryo when I started. I always tell people I was an embryo when I started. So I started the networking breakfast because when I first came to California, I would go to events and I'd watch people. I like to observe. I'd watch people passing each other by, and then you could see they look at the name tag and kind of decided in that moment whether you were important or not. And I thought that was so stupid, because I don't feel you should discount anybody, because you never know who's going to know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody. So I observed that and I thought that people are discounting people. That's wrong. That's how I was raised. So I decided to do the Hollywood Networking Breakfast to encompass everyone, to include everybody. And in so doing, I started really further developing the brand of networking and strategy. And I remember when I wanted to do, I was dating a top producer in town at the time, and I said to him, I want to do a networking event, a breakfast, and I want to do it at the studio. And even he laughed. Well, later on he apologized. But everybody around me said, oh, please, you should do it at a restaurant. I'm like, no. I was strategically planning what I wanted to do because Ron Meyer, Nina Jacobson, all of those people who've spoken for me, they would not want to see their names in print at El Torito. And even then, I knew that. So I was strategizing, okay, I'm going to go to a studio, and nobody thought I would get it. And I spent that afternoon, I went to Paramount, came back with a contract, but I did strategize my meeting. And so I think the strategy took a foothold from the Hollywood Breakfast over 20 years ago. Although it was building on things I had done, I would get my government, I would use my celebrity to get the government to do stuff for underprivileged people, kids and stuff like that. I had a group called Tomorrow's Children. I did community stuff. So I saw the importance of celebrity and I saw the importance of strategy. So everything that I do now is about strategy. I strategize every meeting, every major phone call, everything, and I get the results that I want. So, I think maybe 20 years building on what I did when I was a kid. Does that answer the question? Yeah. Okay. Next.
Oh, no. I've wanted to produce since I was probably 15 years old. I sort of knew that that's what I wanted to do. And there are different paths to being a producer, right? You can come at it as a writer, you can come at it as a director. I wanted, because I recognized that I was a woman, I said I did not want to I wanted to take a professional path, so I went to law school. So for me, the path was a little complicated, but I ended up as, an attorney in the entertainment space, and then I did entertainment finance, and then I represented a lot of producers, and I started to understand how to put deals together. So that was my first foray into it, and then I ran a couple of companies. Sydney Kimmel Entertainment was a company I built. So that started my road to becoming a producer. So it's 25 movies later, but it took a while to get there. I don't want to name the amount of time, but it took a long time. But you get there.
I guess I come from just a different way of thinking sometimes. I believe a little bit more that everyone is born with some God-given skills. And it's a shame for you to hide them, and that you should be trying to really filter what exactly your skill is. And sometimes you don't know, and it takes a little while for you to get there. But I will say that if you can ask yourself a question, which I always ask myself, is if I had all the money in the world and I didn't need to work, would I still be doing what I'm doing, which is the art of living? And the answer is yes. And then the next question is, if I didn't have to worry about paying my rent, and the fear didn't stop me, what would I be doing? And so that question for me is when I left my job close to 5 years ago as a media executive and decided to go out on my own. And it's taken quite a few years, and when you don't have a big studio behind you and a big name behind you, all you have is your relationships and your reputation. And so try never ever, to screw someone over. Walk away from something if you're not making that project better. And that will be remembered, just in the way that you acted in something. And then what that does for me, it builds the relationships that maybe it's not the right time for this person in this project, but one time it'll come. And it has. It always comes back to you. So it's taken a 25 to 30 year journey for me to do what I love, and I'm still at it, and I'll still be at it until the day I die, but I'm really happy.
Amen.
Joy, joy, joy.
Yeah. Yes, I agree with the ladies here. Yeah, everyone, and Sandra. I think it is a cumulative process. Once you get some clarity, and it doesn't happen on day one, once you get some clarity about what your purpose is, and then, whatever your brand is sort of it's just saying what your purpose is in a way. It wasn't anything that I was necessarily thinking about. I remember when I was 10 years old, someone asked me what it was I wanted to be when I grew up. And I've always been a creative child. I could in the 5th grade, I would my family, we were just too poor to buy a Christmas tree, but I had created some fanciful story about this Christmas tree and this family and this blah, 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 blah. And I got the Best Writer Award for the 5th grade. And then my mother, she was like, oh, none of this is true. I was like, I know, I'm not lying, but this is in my mind, it was that specific. And I was able to put that on paper and arrange those letters and those words and those sentences in a way that would elicit some feeling. It wasn't anything that I was thinking about doing. It was something that when I did it, that feels good, that feels right. And I decided very early on in my life as a kid that I was going to do the thing that made me happy. And that was always very important to me. And doing the thing that makes you happy is oftentimes not the easiest thing in the world. It can be a lonely journey. I'm the only person, in my family is sort of a creative person. And the way that I think about things or even problems, the way that I approach them is not I don't avoid the elephant in the room, okay? I go to the elephant and say, elephant, what do you have to talk to me about? Because I know that the good stuff is in that elephant. I'm not afraid to go to the elephant. And I remember very well, it was really one day at school, I was in English class, and we were talking about life, and I remember my mind trailing off, and I said, I'm going to do what's going to make me happy in my life, and I don't really care what anybody thinks about it. I didn't really have the support of my family when I came out here with $300 in my pocket. My mother wanted me to stay in New York and go to journalism school and make money, and I tried that for a while, right after I graduated from college. I worked at the New York Times, right? If you want to be a journalist, you go work at the best. And so I did that, and it was 9 months, and I was like, this is not the happy, and so I was committed to that in my life, Sometimes, I look back at my career as an actor, there's times where I made a shitload of money, there are times where I made none at all. But you know what? I've always been a person who's always, I sort of lived in the middle. I never lived above my means, or I didn't really even have any interest in that. And when I was 10 years old, someone asked me what I wanted to do. And I said, and I don't even know what I understood, what I was being asked. But I just said, I wanted to inspire people. And so what that has looked like in my life is being a creative person who makes things that are going to enable people to live healthier, happier lives in the stories that I tell, in the way that I tell them, in the sort of approaches that, the roles that I play. I've been really very fortunate to play great roles in great projects with really smart people. And particularly with Orange is the New Black, something that was going to help people to maybe look at the transgender issue in a different way, in a really accessible way, in a really kind and compassionate and thoughtful way that was very, 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 very important to me. And so the brand is inspiring. It's positive, it's strong, and hopefully it reverberates in the things that I choose as an actor, and certainly the things that I write as a creative.
Well, I was always a storyteller. However, when I got into high school and college, the emphasis was on academics, and my mother wanted me to meet a doctor. I met them, I just didn't marry them, but I did get a couple degrees in biology and physiology. And then when I was out working, I said, I don't want to do this, I want to be a star. So I quit my job, sold my car, sold my furniture, sold my boyfriend, didn't get much for him, and I moved to New York to become a star. And I got into a Broadway show, and I did stand-up. I used to go on back-to-back with another guy who didn't do too well, Jerry Seinfeld. But then I came out here and I started writing, and that's really when I started coming into my own. I sold my first script to Paramount, I sold one to Fox, but just because you sell a script doesn't mean it's going to get made. A lot of things happen in the meantime. And so I started doing TV. And basically, I've always had a lot of confidence in my work, more so than necessarily in the people who are reading it. But I think as I got older, and now I realize you have to become more entrepreneurial. You have to do a little bit of everything. I still consider myself first and foremost a writer and a storyteller, and that's what I love to do. But in writing some books, then I've created IP with my plays and my books, but my favorite things still are writing screenplays. It takes a lot more money and a lot more people to get a screenplay made than it does. It's easier to get a book out, obviously, these days. Get one out, have it be a huge success, and then they'll come to you. But I consider myself first and foremost a writer and a storyteller, and it's a journey. And there is an issue in Hollywood, unfortunately. It's not just a question of sexism, and women are coming more to the fore, but ageism. And if you're a person over 40, it's sometimes harder to get in the doors. It's not even there's discrimination. You hear about other groups that are in inclusion now with people of color or LGBTQ, but ageism is something that hasn't truly been addressed yet. And I just feel, hey, if Hollywood were fair, I'd be the richest woman in Hollywood. But anyway, I'm still out there, and I'm just still knocking on doors and putting my work out and doing what I have to do, and I'm going to keep doing it. So that's where I am.
Well, I want to open the floor up a little bit to, there was one, yeah, I know she was first, and then you're going to go second, yeah.
I just wanted to touch on what you were saying about...
Project, please.
You were talking about how if something isn't growing or going the way it should be, to walk away. So I've recently walked away from a project I was working on for 2 years, and it was a TV show that I still am very passionate about, but just the relationship just it wasn't going anywhere, like you said. How do you then deal with that, and how do you, I'm just so new to this, and it was the first time I'd ever worked. I spent 2 years on it, and it just wasn't going anywhere, and I guess, and something needed to shift, so I said, you know what, I'm just going to take a step back, work on some other solo projects, rather than a creative partnership, which can be quite tough having two people steering one wheel. What do you do with that? Do you just leave it? Does it, do you come back to it later? Do you need to have a contract that says, hey, you pitch it for a year, and if it doesn't work out, I'll pitch it? What do you do in that kind of situation? Because it sounds like you've had some experience in that.
I think everyone on this table has had that experience, especially in the room. So the first thing is take a breath, because it's hard to get the wind taken out of your sails. And, I am a big believer in surrender. And, sometimes you just have to just let it go. I've been in a position as a writer where I've broken up with a writing partner, and that 2 years of work has just gone nowhere. And that is really, really tough. And you can sometimes financially buy someone out or get it back, and there are ways to do that if you're really fighting for it. My big thing is let it breathe for a bit, get onto something else, because that'll get your excitement back again. And then when you're ready and you've got your strength, have a look at it through a different lens, because I've gone to older projects and I've done a rewrite and made it more modern. I've maybe attached a different, where it was a man-driven, I made it into a woman-driven, or vice versa. And sometimes it'll come to you when it's ready. So yes, it's hard. And sometimes and I'll give you an example. I worked on a big unscripted show where we pitched this music show and everyone was saying no, and it was really simple. It was a spinning chair, and it was called The Voice. And it ended up being the biggest successful, #1 show, and still is. And it was just that one thing of like, oh, it's not just American Idol, it's not just X Factor, it's a spinning chair. What's your spinning chair in each of your projects? And you have to sort of have that, and it could be a director's take, it could be a star's take, or it could be just flipping something different. Let it breathe, it'll come to you, get on the next thing. Just keep going, because I will say it will turn, and I've had things that have come back after 2 or 3 years, and I was like, now I know why I just needed to live that. But it is hard, and I'm really sorry, but it's so part of the journey and the process. As Tanya said, just embrace it and keep going.
Thank you.
No, it's a pleasure. Keep going.
Hello, my name is Saman Zell. I'm producing a docu-series in Silicon Valley called Tech in Black and White. It's a 3-part docu-series that deals with diversity, inclusion, and relatability. And so my relationship with Netflix, I wanted an executive producer to be a woman, because I'm dealing with diversity and inclusion. And so I'm fighting with, I'm going to Amazon Studios now because I want what I'm telling the story about diversity and inclusion in front of the camera, I want it to be behind the camera. And so, and they're saying it doesn't make a difference. The people that's hired should be, people who can deliver. So how, I came to this panel, I came from San Francisco for AFM, and I came directly just for this panel about women in media to see how can you change that? How can you get, I'm just a first-time producer. I got my own money. I sold properties to do this film out of Atlanta. I sold 3 properties to fund my own film. I got I got Facebook, I got Twitter, I got Microsoft, I got all these companies that love my story. But then when it comes to the networks, they're not going to listen to you in terms of if you want, I want women to be executive producers, and I want women to be behind the camera. I want people of color to be behind the camera, because I'm telling this story on Silicon Valley, and it's it don't make a difference. So, from how do you change that? How can I change that? How can I change that?
Doesn't know what to do.
Are you looking for a partner?
Yeah.
Is that what you're looking for? I'm sorry.
I need a partner to change it that's bigger than me, that could have a conversation. How do you, if you don't have that power, because your voice isn't respected if you haven't did anything in Hollywood, but if you have something great that people want, I have a show that they want, but in terms of changing the dynamics that's behind the scenes, how do you, because I wanted Eric Alexander to be the person who would be doing my film for me. And it's like, well, we have a person that could do, you know, so how do you change the dynamics behind it? Like, you have to work, like as hard as you work, as hard as you guys have worked to get that respect. Like, how do you change that? How do you change that narrative of power?
I'll just say with the streamers, they are so busy and so inundated right now, and you know, I know that a good friend of mine, you know, at Amazon, you know, tells me a lot of the intel of what's going on, and one of the biggest, you know, problems is that they are so overpitched. And so how do you stand out? And the best way for you to do it is turn yourself into a producer and package it and make it turnkey for them. Walk in with your showrunner, walk in with your executive producer, walk in with as many different attachments as you can, and then walk into them and they're like, oh, okay, I get that. And that brings energy to a project, and if it's not for them, it'll go to, you know, somewhere else.
Have you also, are you thinking of financing it independently and then bringing it to a streamer? I'm trying to understand where you're at.
I was going to deliver, like I have my first episode with Trisha Walker. He just sold his company Bevel to, so I would go with my first episode and just let them see. They know the proof of concept. We just did our first episode on Afrotech in Oakland. It was real huge. So they see around the country that we have something that's good. But just leveraging the conversation between who I want versus who they want. That's the thing.
Are you having an issue with they're trying to impose people on you? Is that the conversation that you're having?
Because it's who I want to choose to go behind the scenes to work versus, you know, because I wanted to match the story. I want when you see, you know, people of color and women at Facebook. I'm doing something about women in Facebook. And Google. I want women behind the scenes doing it as well. And I have a team in San Francisco, it's all white males. My guy that's the director here in LA is all white male. You know, like across the country, it's all white males. Like, that's on my team. So I want to change the dynamic. How do I change the dynamic?
Hiring women. I would just say hiring and recruit women. Or talk to female, get a female producer.
That's it.
Maybe sometimes just because you have a female producer doesn't mean you're going to have an all-female crew, or you're going to have, I think you have to recruit them. And you have to, sometimes it starts with who you're producing it with, right? And if you're already working with a production service company.
Me, I'm just producing it. So because I don't have a history, I did the story for 1 year. Like I did all the work myself as a first-time producer. So I don't have the strength to move the needle like that. So do I partner with someone that's huge in the industry and pass the torch to them and let them navigate it, or how does it work?
I think you have a lot of choices on your hand. It sounds like you have enough to do a pilot episode, which is very powerful because you can show proof of concept. And then it might give you a lot more leverage to say, look, I envision this like this if you want the series. You may have some more negotiating power if it's something that people want, right? So that might be an approach. I mean, there's different approaches, partnering up with someone, but it sounds like you have some resources that will allow you to leverage some decision-making, and that leverage is incredibly important. So it can be joining forces with someone who is female, if that's what you want, or a person of color, if that's also what you want, in addition to yourself, obviously. But recruit. I mean, you know, if you're partnered right now with a male production service company and they only have male employees, get a different partner. There's a ton of all-female or primarily female companies that really are promoting that in the industry. It's about doing the research and the homework to find out who they are. I think you'll have a lot of success.
Yeah, I came here for that. So
Yeah.
What's your social media like? How many followers do you have?
Me,
Yeah.
I don't know exactly. I'm really not in social media. I got all of it across the board. I have someone that handles that for me. But for our company, it's more. But me personally, I don't know. I probably got.
It would be good to know that, because have you ever thought of maybe doing it yourself? I mean,
I wanted to impact the globe, like across the, like I can't do it on myself, and I'm doing Black Girls Code. This is like one of the biggest companies in terms of like young women learning how to code around the country. So for me to just do it myself, it won't impact the globe the way I want it to impact the globe. So there's no way for me to do it myself. Like, it has to be. I'm interviewing Dr. Dre, he did Beats by Dre.
I actually have an idea for you. You come and talk to me. I have someone for you.
Just to piggyback off what you're doing, I have an award-winning short, and I've been using that as proof of concept. So I've been going to events like this and, networking and recruiting and, seeing where the home is for the project. So my question is to all you brilliant ladies up there, and thank you for being here. Do you have any other suggestions for the filmmakers in the room, how to try to get our project moved ahead?
Don't you handle some of the stuff?
I'm on the creation side, and
Okay.
I'm on the creation side, yeah.
Do you have an agent?
Yes, I do. And I have a lawyer, so if there's someone that shows interest, then we, will send it to them.
Right.
Yeah, I'm just starting, it's really my first film. I wrote, produced, direct, and star in it. We've won 45 awards at 23 festivals, and I'm just doing the AFM and this now, and we're just getting going. So I
Right.
do have an agent, yeah.
What is your project? TV, film? What is it?
I would like it to be a TV series, and it's about your dreams, how far would you go to achieve it, women empowerment. Quickly, I make a deal with the handsome devil as a frustrated LA actress, and I time travel back to 1940s Hollywood, but things start to unravel. And in 100 years, Hollywood hasn't really changed that much. We still have the casting couch, we have ageism, we have, so many different things, like the interesting thing between fame and celebrity and living a successful life. And it's about empowering women and men to go for their dreams. So, that's what, it's called The Admired.
Yep, right here.
Yeah, I have kind of a logistical question. When I started out way back when, there was no internet, so I just made phone calls. That's how I created and maintained contacts. And now I am on a series that's ending, and in the last year I've been trying to reconnect with old contacts and create new ones again. And I'm finding kind of a roadblock that maybe the telephone isn't what people are using as much. I don't know whether I should contact them on social media or contact them over the phone or emails. I mean, I remember when emails started, and that was like the least ideal way to contact somebody. And I always preferred calling on the phone. So I'm wondering what your experience is and what you all prefer in terms of when you're doing both, making new contacts and, calling up people you work, refreshing.
I prefer the phone. I'm a phone person. You can hear my tone, you can hear my excitement, you can hear if I'm upset, you can hear everything. So I like the phone. You know exactly where you stand with me when I'm on the phone. But I also follow up with an email. So I use both, because sometimes you may send an email and it may end up in spam, and then you agonize, or the person didn't respond, you get mad, but sometimes it just ended up in spam, they never got it. So I prefer the phone. That's my personal means of contact. I find a lot of people who like to use emails are afraid of the phone. They feel that they can get some kind of, it's a false confidence. Yes.
You're afraid you're not.
Yes, absolutely. But I like to know, within seconds, I know exactly where I stand with a phone call. Never lies. So, so I prefer that stuff. But also what I have found, and it's one of the things that I teach to my clients, is when you're reaching back to people, this is a town, it's a beautiful town, but it's also a town of rejection. It's also a town of, it condescends, people don't want to be bothered if you have nothing going on. And people say to me, I brought this person, I knew them 20 years ago, 15 years ago, 10 years ago, and I asked them to go to lunch, and I said, why? My question is always, why? Well, I just want to talk to them. Well, this is a busy person, you just want to talk to them? People don't have time for that stuff. So unless you're doing something where you're relevant and you have common ground, and you can give concrete reason why you want to take up this person's time as to somebody else, then they probably will not hear from them. Because except if something's happening with you. So I would say really, when you reach out, figure out exactly what it is you want to say to make yourself as interesting, but never lie. I always tell people, don't lie. Don't ever lie, because when you lie, that could haunt you and it could discredit everything you ever said before and even after. So say what you're doing, present it confidently, make it exciting, be passionate, and most times people respond to that because they figure you're going somewhere, you're doing stuff. And don't hit people up for a job after 20 years.
Real quick, I know there's lots of other questions, and I know that Tanya wants to say one thing. So here's what's going to happen. Tanya is going to say her thing. Then I'm going to end it, and then you guys, if these women are still willing to chat, I'm getting the hand signals that we're way over. So we'll do that. But before I do that, I just want to say thank you so much to these women that have just. But I do want to, Tanya, I know you want to say something.
Well, actually, I think this is going to answer a couple of the questions that I heard. Specifically, you should find a sales rep and find out. You have to do the research about like what your goal is, and then who to target to satisfy the goal. So I would say you have a completed film. You probably need a sales rep who believes in your vision, your story, is going to go out and, if you don't have an agent, go out and help you to do that. Oh, I see.
They're not interested, but if you meet someone at Lifetime or your agent, submits to a company that's doing female projects or, the target, which you're correct in saying, then you have a better shot. So you guys have been around for a while, so I just wanted to glean maybe something I haven't thought about.
And also, I've had great success just emailing people. I think if you can write a really strong, compelling email, put something in the subject line that's going to, first of all, kind of catch them, and ooh, what's that? That's intriguing. Because people get so many emails. You know what I mean? I know I don't open up half the things I get. I'll look at the subject line, who it's from, and it's going to get deleted if it's not, but subject line, make it really strong, and then in your letter, make it like be very clear, be very strong, and you get pretty good response with email. If it's a really strong, compelling offer. Thank you. And social media is great too, reaching out to people.